Good evening. It's 11 p.m. here in Champaign, Illinois, April 10th, 2026. You're joining me through YouTube, but you're joining me for a playthrough of the Magnus Protocol Mysteries. This will be the fourth box we've played, I believe. Today we're going to play The Last Supper. But before we get started, let's check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. Little bit of bookkeeping before we get started today. We've been playing some supernatural stuff lately. On last weekend, Friday and Saturday and Sunday afternoon, we played a fan-made case for New York Noir called The Bitter Edge, which was a supernatural ghost-themed case. Today, as you know, the Magnus Protocol is a supernatural-themed game. Magnus Protocol actually has a brand new Kickstarter for another set of 6 boxes that just wrapped up today or yesterday, but you can still buy it. And well, sticking with the bookkeeping, tomorrow, Saturday afternoon at 1 p.m., we will play the final session of Unboxed, the board game themed puzzle game. I'll be sad to see it go. And then on Sunday, we're playing another supernatural case, the play-by-mail series Letters from a Ghost Hunter. And we are at the tail end of that. Now, I have been remiss in recording reviews for a while, so I'm hoping that this weekend and next week I will catch up on my backlogged reviews. Last night, I played a long game of Vantage to sort of cement my thoughts on Vantage. And we've got a bunch of games that we finished playing that need reviewing. So I'm hoping that that's what I'll be able to catch up on in the next couple of days. After that, our schedule opens up. If you have a specific game you'd like to see played on the channel, please post to the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, or the Discord channel, or you could even post it in a comment in one of these videos. Anything else to talk about before we get started today? I do want to thank the Patreon supporters of this channel. The few of you that are willing to go through the effort, inconvenience, and cough up the financial cost of being a Patreon supporter. You are what make it possible to back some of these games on Kickstarter, including this one. And I appreciate it. And I hope if you're a viewer, but don't have decided that backing this channel, supporting this channel financially is not for you, I hope you will join me in thanking those who have joined the channel. And I do want to encourage you in general to support content that you like directly, because this whole world seems to be built on advertising and conflict of interest. And the best thing we can do is support people directly who are creating stuff we like. All right, now let's talk a little bit about the Magnus protocol, because we've had an interesting experience with the 3 boxes we've played so far. The first game we played, I really liked. And then the next 2, I was much more lukewarm about. I do like everything about the mechanics of these. I like the supernatural setting. I like the storytelling and the tone, but I feel like some of my fears when this first came out and I backed it are proving to be hit a little bit close to home. To remind you, what I worried about is they went from having 0 to 6 cases. They basically started a Kickstarter, and then in less than a year, they had produced 6 box cases in these very nicely produced contents. Now, 6 cases, these games are very hard to play test. They're very hard to get feedback and polished and stuff. And it just seemed to me like that was asking a lot to go from 0 to 6 without any iterations other than private playtesting groups. But anyway, first case we played seemed to put all those fears to rest, and then the second 2 games we played seemed to dig up all the fears and put them back on the table. So I am curious to see how, if we can turn the corner back to some great games, or if we're still in this area where they could use a little more polish and editing and testing. Which is not to say that we haven't all enjoyed all of the cases. There's something about these supernatural cases that is satisfying in its own way. I just think they could have been done a little bit better, a little bit more polished, a little bit, maybe they're a little bit thin. And so I'm a little bit worried that they've just announced another Kickstarter for another 6 cases. It just really feels like you need more time to do 6 cases. Like, slow down, take your time, and make better cases. All right, with that said, the case we're playing today, The Last Supper, does seem like it has more evidence than most of them. 40 pieces combined with the normal 30. And this is also the hardest difficulty case we've played. I believe we played some 3s and some 2s, but I believe this is the last 4. And the cases in the 6-box set range from 1 to 5. So we've got a 4 and then we've got a 5 left. Do they mirror any of the podcasts? So I haven't mentioned today, but the Magnus Protocol is a podcast, a supernatural half office drama comedy. The cases I don't believe are directly carried over, but some of the same characters and a lot of the same setting. All right, let's take a look at what this case is about. I guess we don't need to read the back of the box because it's going to reintroduce this to us. So let's just open it up and start. YouTube says 12 concurrent viewers. I know you guys prefer I start at 10 p.m., but there's something more satisfying about starting at 11 p.m. for me. I feel like we're in the night hours and our time is our own. There's something more pleasing about it. So I may start doing more 11 p.m. starts, going back to our roots here. Okay, so these rules are the same for all of the cases, but let's just remind ourselves what the ground rules are for this set. One-time playthrough. So if you think your group might want to play these games, you may not want to watch us play this. You could watch a little bit and then turn off and then come back after you've played it. A mention about the text messages that we've seen in every case. So evidence can be read in any order. They're in England, so dates are going to be day, month, year. When you get telephone text messages, it's on the left is the person that's being called or who called, and on the right, it's the owner of the phone. Don't pay too much attention to the time on the left corner. That's when your colleagues access this phone for you. I'm not really sure that that's true, but okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So it's saying don't pay attention to this, but this is when the message came through. So I don't know why there's a number up here, but this is the message. Here's the caller. So this would be from Sydney, and this is the owner of the phone. Now, this is a key point here. We're not just trying to figure out the killer. So it says, this is not a whodunit. Rather than finding the culprit of a crime, you must try to fully understand the circumstances of the incident and put together a complete timeline of events. Not all events will be able to be fully understood. This is important because all of the cases we've played have been sort of a little bit filling in the gaps and having to make some leaps of logic. But there is a logic to these supernatural things. We tried on our last case to keep a very detailed timeline, and it didn't matter. So I'm going to feel a little bit burned about this. Like, I don't know if I'm going to go through all the effort to worry about timeline when it doesn't seem that important. And then here's the thing about the supernatural. There are supernatural elements, but there should be some logic. Don't just like say anything could be possible. There's an important note about online websites. There are online websites in this game, so if we hear mention of a website, we may be able to go there. The moment we go there, we should see a banner. If we don't, then we know we're just at some other website unrelated, and we'll never have to use like Facebook or Reddit or anything like that. Don't try to guess the solution until you've solved everything. All right. Let us have one last check-in with the chat, and then we'll read the introduction. Susanna says, the first was my favorite, then the third one, the grinning corpse, was flawed, but okay. Too many questions unanswered. Noah says, the reason why the phone is shown like that is because that's how phones work, with the current time in the top left. Okay. All right, let's read today's incident report that we're going to try to solve over the next couple of hours. OIAR internal use only Office of Incident Assessment and Report with the missing space. Welcome to the Office of Incident Assessment and Response. We at the OIAR are pleased to have new staff aboard, as our current caseload has grown too unmanageable for our current employees to handle. As you may know, the OIAR is a branch of the UK government in charge of the collection and cataloguing of unnatural events taking place within our country. Our proprietary computer software, FRD1, at least without my glasses, Freddy, I think sometimes they refer to it, has the unique ability to scan the internet, phones, and any digitized data for evidence of supernatural activity. As government agents, nothing is outside of our purview, considering our work directly correlates with public safety. This case appears to be a simple murder, but the fact that some of the audio in this case has corrupted attempted recording devices has piqued our interest. FR3D1 pulled records of it for a reason. It's your job to figure out exactly why. By the end of your investigation, I expect you to be able to present me with the cause of this young lady's death, as well as the perpetrator. Additional details are always appreciated, as the mundane circumstances of her death may be contributing to the manifestation as well. This case may be a bit gory, considering it potentially deals with organ removal, cannibalism, butchery, surgery, altered mental states, abuse, and self-harm. But as OIAR employees, I trust you're prepared to get your hands dirty. Your co-workers, Sam, Alice, Celia, and Gwen, are currently out on another assignment, so you won't be able to ask for their assistance, but I believe they left behind some of the information from their preliminary work on this case that should be helpful to you. If you see post-it notes or written feedback from them on the documents provided, use those to assist you in reaching your final conclusion. The reverse side of this letter contains everything you need to begin. Okay, so here's the standard format of this. We've got the contents that we could check to make sure we're not missing something, a suggestion of where to start. This person is suggesting we start with the audio recovered from the mobile phone of Riley C. and then read the newspaper. And then we've got what we've seen in every case, which is a note from Alice with hints if we get stuck, and then a note from Sam with a link to our quiz to solve the case. So start with the audio recovered from the mobile phone, and then the newspaper. All right, let's look at what's in this box. We've got our cardboard locked box with a combination. We've seen this several times. This is a Hunt to Killer staple, and we've now seen it in the Magnus Protocol Mysteries quite a bit. And now we've got a whole bunch of additional documents. There's our newspaper, and remember, these are these cute little ways that they give us multimedia to access on the tablet. Okay, this one, audio counseling appointment, is not the one they want us to start with. They suggest we start with this one. Audio recovered from the mobile phone of Riley C. failed to upload. I don't know what this failed to upload business is about, but let us listen to this together. All right, let's see if we can hear this. Audio recovered from cell phone of Riley C. failed to upload. Boy, they're really keen on putting that failed to upload everywhere, but what does that even mean?
Hi guys, I'm here live with my brand new boyfriend.
Okay, you're hearing it, but I'm not. Hold on a second.
Hi guys, I'm here live with my brand new boyfriend. Say hi to my followers, sweetie. Not in front of all the people, babe. Now, as all of my followers know, I've gone viral for my famous pasta recipe. And you just got done with a bowl handmade by your own personal chef. I'm sure the question everyone wants to know is, does it live up to the hype? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I studied in France for a while, but I've never been to Thailand. Babe, that's so cool. Maybe once I save up some vacation time, we can try it out.
Oh, sorry.
What, like for our date next week? What about next month instead? That way I can make sure. No, of course I can do it, babe. Next week, I promise. I would never let you down.
Okay, so the interesting part about it is that her voice is fine, but we can't hear the boyfriend talking. Let's listen to it one more time. Can we turn on closed captioning?
Hi guys, I'm here live with my brand new boyfriend. Say hi to my followers, sweetie. Not in front of all the people, babe. Now, as all of my followers know, I've gone viral for my famous pasta recipe. And you just got done with a bowl handmade by your own personal chef. I'm sure the question everyone wants to know is, does it live up to the hype? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I studied in France for a while, but I've never been to Thailand. Babe, that's so cool. Maybe once I save up some vacation time, we can try it out together. I'd love for you to show me everything I'm missing. What, like for our date next week? What about next month instead? That way I can make sure. No, of course I can do it, babe. Next week, I promise. I would never let you down.
So the boyfriend is not recordable. It's sort of like a vampire doesn't appear in the mirror. The boyfriend's audio cannot be recorded for some reason. All right, let's take a look at this newspaper now to see what's happened. Local chef murdered. Chef of local 3-star restaurant found dead in London home Saturday evening. Sunday, 8th of May, 2016. We have a date on this? We do. The date on the cell phone message is April 30, 2016. Okay. And this is May 8th, so 3 weeks later. Local resident Claudia Riley was found dead in her home this Saturday evening after an apparent intruder broke into her London flat. Police say Riley, 27, was pronounced dead at the scene by paramedics. The cause of death has not been officially determined and no suspects have been taken into custody. She wears glasses for what it's worth. Riley was a beloved member of her community and a prodigious chef working at brand new 3-star restaurant Le Fleur. She graduated top of her class from the University of West London's Culinary School in 2011 and immediately began a residency at Lydia's before being scouted by Le Fleur as their executive chef, the youngest executive chef ever to be hired by famed restaurateur Tommy Waverley. Everyone who knew Riley is shocked and saddened to see such a bright and talented life cut tragically short. Her mother, Anna Riley, 54, said she will be holding a food drive in her late daughter's honor. Claudia loved to feed people. It was her life's passion. In lieu of flowers, please help by donating canned goods to our local homeless shelter in her honor. Riley's body was discovered by her roommate, Maggie Amberley, 27, after she returned home from a late evening out. I left the flat early and returned late because I wanted to give Claudia some privacy for her date. I should never have left her alone with someone I never met. The police are still trying to locate the person in question. Although no cause of death has been officially confirmed by the coroner's office, stories that alleged Riley was missing an organ have ignited concerns of a recent spike in local organ trafficking rings. Detective Inspector Todd Michelson had this to say on the topic. We have no evidence of any organ trafficking rings in London. These rumors began online and have not been substantiated by our department in any way. We're treating the death of Claudia Riley as an unrelated case at this time. Claudia Riley is survived by her parents, her younger brother Nick, and many loving friends. And on the other side of the paper, we have got an article about Henderson's shutdown continues after health code violations, a fitness gym ad, and Shonley's pub ad. Trivia every Saturday night at 10 p.m. Okay, let's read this article here. Last week, Henderson's Farms and Distribution advised all consumers to dispose of any specialty meats sourced from their factories due to health concerns stemming from unsanitary handling of raw product. A surprise inspection from the local health department discovered workers handling organ meats without gloves and other protective equipment and failing to clean sorting machines by government standards. Now, after a week, the factory farm still has not gotten their equipment and practices up to national safety standards. This week of recalls has impacted the sales numbers of many local groceries and butcher shops, which relied on Henderson's for their offal products. Henderson's Farm is the major supplier of all specialty meats such as hearts, livers, brains, and intestines to many shops across Greater London. Stephen Waverley, owner of Homespun Market, said, every day we have people coming in and wanting to buy a bit of liver for dinner, and we have to turn them away. That's very popular in our area. Not many big supermarkets carry these organ meats because they are considered dirty. But to us, they are a delicacy. It has been very hard for businesses losing all these sales. While Henderson's is under review, the prices of all organ meats have spiked considerably due to the shortage. Local butcher Emily Linfield had this to say, I have people coming in offering double what I normally charge for intestines and sausages. I have to turn them away. There just is no safe meat to sell. Hopefully, once Henderson Farms gets their practices back to government standards, offal will become readily available to all Londoners once more. Offal is the organ meat. Okay, now Stephen Waverley, who's mentioned here, who's the owner of the Homespun Market, is also the brother of famed restaurateur. Like, there's some relation here. Tommy Waverley is the famed restaurateur who hired her, and Stephen Waverley is the owner of Homespun Market. That's a bit of a coincidence. All right, what have we got? So the rest is up to us, what order we want to tackle it. And we have another audio. Maybe we'll organize our stuff a little bit here. We've got witness statements. Now, let's see what we've got here. We've got witness statements, a police report. I like to start with the police reports. We've got phone messages. Looks like a menu. We've got a bunch of folded pages. These are website printouts. Another police report. Autopsy. Some miscellaneous bank records, it looks like. A ticket. These were our websites, right? Okay. Bank reports. A letter. Court paper. Looks like a newsletter from Restaurants Weekly. And some photos. Okay, this looks like this might be our girl. So here is Claudia Riley. Dead in a dirty kitchen. Or a kitchen that is like glitched out. Maybe it's not dirty, it's just all digitally glitching. I notice actually something about this. It's not so simple as just saying it's digitally glitching. Can you see that there are like symbols in here. Like, what's going on here? Like, there are little symbols overlaid. And it's not like symbols written in grease on the floor. You can kind of see them digitally overlaid in this photo. Hard to see symbols up here, but certainly down lower you can see digital artifacts, but certainly looks like symbols on the digital photo here. Okay, anything else you notice here? I see a couple of things. I see a single wine glass. However, it looks like she's made her pasta dish, maybe. We've got blood on her chest, below her breasts. Maybe she's stabbed here. No blood around her. Looks like blood underneath her, though. And then here she is. Anything on the back of this? No. And then here she is, alive and well, possibly with a boyfriend. Okay, so where are they? They're outside Shoemaker's. His face is completely crossed out. No digital artifacts. You can see she's got a tattoo and he's got what looks like a watch. Gold watch. We don't know who this person is. It looks like a white male, a little bit overweight, taller than her. And they look happy. Any other observations here? It's like photo taken during the day. We've got some signs here. It doesn't look very useful though, but I guess if they're open, so you can see there's an open sign here. So maybe that tells us that this was taken during a weekday from 12 to 6. Is that what that sign is trying to tell us? 12 to 8 weekdays. Monday to Friday, noon to 6 p.m. On weekends, noon to 8 p.m. So they are open. So this photo was either taken on a weekday from noon to 6 or a weekend from noon to 8. Looks bright and sunny. So most likely earlier in the day. Okay, and do we think this is someone who's crossed this out, or is it some artifact that's causing his face to be removed? I'm not sure. Let's start. There's nothing on the back of the photos at all. All right, let us start with the autopsy and police reports. Okay, single-sided. What have we got here? And whoa, what's going on here? Look at that. This is not a camera problem. This is autopsy has been blacked out. Like, what supernatural force is causing all of our evidence to lose any... This could be a little case of the dog that didn't bark. Like, it may be that everything relevant is getting blacked out and removed, and that's the clue. But okay, let's take a look. And this is going to be a note from one of our co-workers. Sorry, tried to follow up with the police department. They claim their servers went down. They lost all other copies of this autopsy report. Hopefully this one is good enough. Okay, Sydney Flynn is our pathologist. This is an autopsy of Claudia Riley. She lives at 28 Gladwell Lane. We've got her phone number, but don't try calling it. She's white, British, female, 185 centimeters tall. That gives us some height estimate of her boyfriend. Brown eyes, red hair. Autopsy is on 8th of May, same day she was found dead. Blood alcohol 0.05. Probably that means she's not very drunk, but drinking a little. Okay, marks and wounds. Minor head trauma. Wound in back of head has led to minor blood loss, probably just from falling on the floor. Small fracture in the parietal bone, and we're being shown where these are. So back of her head, she's got a minor wound, probably from falling backwards, hitting her head. Certainly not what killed her. Horizontal cut in the abdomen over the stomach. Cut 15 centimeters deep, reaches through the anterior abdominal wall. There are sutures across the abdominal cut, minimizing the bleeding. Sutures appear to be performed by an amateur. Visible blood loss is in non-fatal quantities. So someone has cut an incision, presumably perhaps removed an organ, and then sewed her back up. I suppose here is our incision. Sewed her back up, and the blood loss would not be enough to kill her. So is the organ they took out something, obviously, that she needed to survive? And that's what killed her. Internal bleeding. Visible bleeding is non-fatal, and then the inside something, and this is all blacked out. There's no way for us to read that. Maybe we can infer it from the converse, from the interviews. Let's just try to keep things organized so we don't forget to read anything. Now, what have we got here? We've got police statements that are our day of death is May. Let's write this down. So she's killed May 8, 2016. So here is May 7th. I guess this is meant to happen. They found her body. I don't know. Somehow they're reporting it. No, this is day month. So actually this is quite a bit after. So here's the day before the murder. And then here we have a month and a half later. Let's see if we can understand this. So this would be the earlier one. Day, month, year. Day before she's found, but maybe they found her now? I'm not sure. Let's read this. 28 Gladwell Lane. That is her address. 28 Gladwell Lane. So Margaret Amberley was the witness. Here's her statement. It really was just a normal Saturday. I was on shift at the bank from like 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.? I guess that's her shift, just to 3 p.m. 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. when Lacey took over the desk. Maybe she's killed on Saturday. All right, let me just read this, then we'll deal with it. It really was just a normal Saturday. It's on shift at the bank from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. when Lacey took over the desk. Sometimes I hang around to do overtime, but that day I wanted to get home because I knew Claudia was having her big date. It's a 15-minute commute, and when I got back to the flat, Claudia was already stress cleaning. I remember thinking I'd be happy for her to have dates over more often if it meant she dusted like this. We chatted a little, but I don't really remember what it was about. Just dumb, meaningless stuff. what she was going to cook, the outfit she'd picked out for her date later, stuff like that. Of course, she didn't ask anything about me or how my day was, but that was Claudia, always so caught up in her own head and her own problems. I'd already promised her that I would make myself scarce during our date, so I grabbed some of my things, books, my gaming system, phone charger, that sort of stuff, and I headed out. I would guess it was about 4 p.m. at that point, but I didn't check the exact time. I went to the park near our flat to spend some time relaxing by myself. After a few hours of reading, I grabbed dinner from a sandwich shop nearby and then went to see a movie to waste the rest of the evening. When the movie was over, I checked my phone to see if it was late enough to return to the flat, and it was around 10:30. Plenty late enough. When I got back home, I saw immediately that the door had been forced open. The door jamb was all splintered where the lock had torn through it, and there was a footprint on the door like something right out of a crime drama. I pulled my pepper spray out of my purse in case the robbers were still in the house and rushed inside. That's when I found Claudia in the kitchen. She was definitely already dead. I'm not a doctor or anything, but she was cold when I touched her, and there was so much blood. On her, yeah, but also all around the kitchen. On the counters and on the floor. The whole place smelled super weird. I barely even knew how to process it. Leo wasn't there, if he'd ever come at all. I don't know anything. I don't know why someone would do something like this. Claudia was just a normal girl. She didn't have enemies. She wasn't in a gang. This kind of stuff is only supposed to happen in movies. Honestly, I keep thinking I'll wake up and it was a horrible nightmare. All right, lots interesting here. So I guess she's dead on the night of May 7th, and then the newspaper and autopsy come out the next day. She mentions that Leo wasn't there, says Amberly, the roommate. So we've got a name of the current date, but we don't know that that's the date from the phone message because this is 3 weeks later, but probably. Now, the really weird thing here is, well, we've got a timeline too, right? So she comes home at 3, and then 4 she leaves. So time of death somewhere between 4 p.m. and when she comes home, which is at 10:30, and she's very dead by then. Okay, but the more interesting part about this is what? What is the more interesting part about this statement? Did you read it? Here's what I see as the more interesting part. Like, she says there's blood all over, like a horror movie. She says the door jamb was splintered in, so it sounds like someone has broken in, not the boyfriend. Footprint on the door like someone kicked in the door. But then she says there was so much blood on her all around the kitchen, on the counters and on the floor. It really does not look like from this photo that there's so much blood. I mean, I guess, do we think this is blood here? But boy, when you look at the scene, I don't see blood all over. That's pretty weird. Is it these digital artifacts hiding the blood? Or is something else going on? Like, we don't see a lot of blood in this photo. But maybe you chalk that up to just a witness being like, you know, who's never seen blood, looks at this and says there's like blood everywhere, all over the floor. That's her memory of seeing the blood underneath her, but we don't see it. The Spamonite says if it's not her blood, maybe it's not her blood and his blood, and that's why it's digitally removed. That's an interesting idea. Okay, that's our autopsy and witness statement. And then what is this witness statement that's a month and a half later? We received a call at approximately 11:07 p.m. on the night of 7th May from Margaret Amberley describing the flat broken into and roommate murdered. Officers arrived on the scene to find the door had been opened by force. Door jamb was splintered where the locking mechanism went through it, and partial boot print remains on door. We found caller and victim in the unit's kitchen. Pool of blood beneath the victim's head, and some blood spotted on middle of her dress. Minimal blood scatter around her, but blood on counters and floors showing there may have been a struggle. The victim's dress was not damaged, and blood present on her abdomen was coming from beneath the garment. That's from her wound. So maybe minimal blood scatter, blood on counters, may have been a struggle. So we could have the assailant's blood, as we were hypothesizing. No sign of her using a knife on him or anything. Well, I don't know. Are we looking at a knife here? I think we might be. It may be that she defended herself with a knife. All right. Actions taken. Victim's vitals were taken on the scene. She was declared dead by paramedics. The body was transferred to hospital for full coroner's inspection. Among the dirty dishes in the sink, we recovered a butcher's knife covered in blood. Sent it back to the station as probable murder weapon. The scene has been closed for investigation. Roommate has been given temporary residence in local hotel until scene is properly photographed and cleaned. Okay, mention of this knife covered in blood could be the knife that was used to cut her open. Also could be instead a knife used by her to attack the assailant. The only thing against that theory would be like if you used a knife against the assailant and injured him, it's hard to see how it gets put neatly back on a plate. Like it should be knocked away, dropped, though I suspect I guess the assailant could have picked it up and put it here, but it seems unlikely. All right, what shall we go and read next? I guess it feels like the natural next thing to read might be our statements from witnesses. What are these? These are the websites. Okay, let us start with witness statements. This feels like a natural place to start. So we've got an interview with Margaret Amberley, the roommate, an interview with Thomas Waverly, that would have been her boss. And here we have an interview with Fletcher Shoemaker, which is oddly the place where this photo is taken, but not where she works. So why is he being interviewed? Okay, let's start with these statements here. Double-sided interview with Margaret Amberley. When is this being recorded? May 12th. So 4 days after the murder. Recording begins. This is Detective, we got his name in the paper. What is his name? Michelson. Detective Inspector Todd Michelson is working this case. So here is Detective Todd Michelson. This is Detective, oh, his name, he's saying his name. This is Detective Todd Michelson conducting interview 2 with Maggie Amberly in relation to case number 13162875083. It is presently 30 past 11 on May 12th, and we're at the Tottenham police station. This interview is being recorded and may be submitted as evidence in the event that charges are brought relating to this case. Miss Amberly, can you confirm your full name, please? Yeah, it's Maggie Amberly. I should probably say Margaret Amberly. Final answer. And your date of birth? November 3rd, 1989. Do we really have to do this all again? Well, we apologize for having to bring you back in, Miss Amberly. Some parts of our initial recording seem to have been corrupted. In addition, we wanted to get some testimony from you that may have relevance to another case. Another case? Well, when you discovered Claudia's body, what condition was it in? I don't know. Dead? I'm not really an expert. Do you remember anything more specific? It's been a while since then. I feel like I remember the weirdest details. I remembered the smell of the kitchen. She'd been cooking a big dinner, you know. At first, all I could smell was blood. But the further I walked into the kitchen, the more it smelled like food. Apple vinegar or something, I don't know. Maybe pears? It turned my stomach thinking about food when I was staring at my roommate's dead body. Could you describe her injuries? She was lying on her back, and her head was in a pool of blood. So I think she was injured there. Plus, her dress was bloody, so she must have had some kind of injury underneath it. But the dress wasn't cut open. Was there a rip in the dress where a weapon had gone through? I don't know. I don't think so. You're the ones who took crime scene pictures. I just remember that it was the dress she'd picked out to change into before her date. She'd shown it to me right before I left the flat, trying to get my opinion on it. I hadn't realized it would be the last thing we'd ever talk about. Doesn't look like the dress is cut. So what does that mean? Either someone lifted up her dress and cut her open, or cut her open beforehand and she was stitched up, and it only started bleeding afterwards. Miss Riley hadn't been wearing the dress when you left the flat? No, she hadn't wanted to cook dinner in her dress. She always put her entire body into cooking. Even her apron couldn't save her from the mess she made. I would always be stuck with doing cleanup. And when you returned, was the kitchen messy? I mean, the blood didn't help, but yeah, there were tons of dirty pots and pans in the sink, and the counters were a wreck. Hardly seemed important at the time, considering how I found Claudia, but somehow seeing my best friend murdered didn't hit me as hard as having to do the dishes once the place wasn't an active crime scene. Don't you think it's terrible the way life just keeps going? I'm sorry for your loss, miss. Yeah, well, sorry doesn't pay a suddenly doubled rent. Has your financial situation been bad for a long time, Miss Amberly? Typical question for your generation. Cost of living is a scam, and entry-level salaries are a joke. Do you think I enjoy staring down a lifetime of splitting a flat to afford London prices? Did you and Miss Riley ever discuss future plans for your living situation? Honestly, I avoided the conversation as much as possible. A few months ago, she wouldn't shut up about how much she wanted to move in with Fletcher and start their lives together. Did she ask me anything about how my mom was doing with her hospital treatments? Did she consider me in that daydream for 1 second? Of course not. It was Claudia. She just assumed everyone had all the life opportunities she did. She was considering moving in with her Mr. Schumacher. For a few weeks. I talked her into giving him a key to our place instead. By the end of it, she thought it was all her idea, which of course meant she couldn't just give it to him. She had to do it the Claudia way, make a big elaborate plan. And were you concerned about this new relationship with this Leo? Apparently, not as much as I should have been, considering what happened. Can you go over your alibi one more time on the record? You really think I could have killed her? Well, we just need to do our due diligence, Miss Amberley. Ugh, fine. Well, I was at the cinema until 10:30, and before that I had dinner around 7 or 8 at Ravi's sandwich shop on Center Street. Someone working there might remember me, but I don't know. I don't exactly make a big impression. I've got the movie ticket, though. I already gave you that. Yes, that's been entered into evidence. What about before dinner? I don't know what to tell you. I was all alone in the park reading a novel and enjoying what I didn't realize would be my last peaceful day for years to come. Are you happy? Can I go? Yes, thank you, Miss Amberley. I think that's all we needed from you. This interview is concluded. I'm stopping the tape at 43 minutes past 11. Okay, so here is her alibi ticket for the night of the 7th at 8:25 p.m. She went and saw The Fourth Wave in seat 18. And apparently after the movie, she went to eat. Dinner at 7. Oh, sorry. 8 was the sandwich shop. And then 8:25 is movie. I was at the cinema until 10, and before that, dinner. Okay, so goes to the park, reads, dinner at 7 or 8, movie at 8:25, gets home at 10:30 or so. Now, she's mentioned Leo, and then she's mentioned Fletcher. What's going on here? Let me understand this Fletcher Leo. Is this the same person? Lots of pots and pans in the sink, meaning she's fully finished cooking. So they're talking about this Mr. Schumacher. A few months ago, she wouldn't shut up about how much she wanted to move in with Fletcher. And then he says she was considered moving in with Mr. Schumacher. Okay, so there's our Fletcher Schumacher. And it would very much make sense that this is Fletcher Schumacher because they're right outside Schumacher's. It makes sense that he's just taking a break and they're got a photo. But where's the Leo stuff? Is that this guy's middle name or nickname? Or is this a new person? She was considering moving in with Mr. Schumacher, he asks, and the roommate says, for a few weeks. I talked her into giving him a key. So he has a key. So why would he need to break down the door? And then, were you concerned about this new relationship with Leo? So is this guy the old guy? And then is the new guy Leo? But importantly, it's the old guy whose name is disrupted from the phone record, right? Because the phone record is from April 30. So where is our timeline? May 8th, she's killed. Maybe not. So April 30 is the phone call. which has the distortions. And then May 7 is killed. So we're told that a few months ago, she was going to move in. So what? March, February, March. She was thinking of moving in with Fletcher. And then she's got a new boyfriend who's Leo. But we don't know when that new boyfriend started. But presumably, whoever is the killer supernatural might be the one she's talking to on this phone call. All right. Let's go to our next interview. Why don't we take a break first? I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Chat says, what is going on with the browser not auto scrolling down to the latest things? Okay, well, the chat was pointing out that our witness, Margaret Amberley, says that she has never met this date. So she has moved on past Fletcher to this new guy, Leo, that Margaret Amberley has never met. Is there any chance that this cook woman has, like, lost her mind and cut her own organ out and cooked it? Finished cooking, put all the pots in the sink, put on her dress, sewed herself up in an amateur way, and then gotten sort of dizzy, passed out, fell, hit her head, and then the new date arrives, knocks, can't get in, kicks the door in. Is there any chance she's done this to herself? I'm not in a normal world, but in this crazy world, like, could someone have put a spell on her or something that's made her do this? All right, let's move on. Our next interview is with Thomas Waverly. Thomas Waverly is the restaurateur who owns Le Fleur, where she works. Okay, 8th of May, they interviewed him the next day. This is Detective Todd Michelson conducting interview 1 with Thomas Waverly in relation to case number 13162875083. It's presently 2 o'clock on May 8th, and we're at the Tottenham police station. This interview is being recorded and may be submitted as evidence in the event the charges are brought related to this case. Mr. Waverly, can you confirm your full name, please? Thomas Lee Waverly. And do you know why we've brought you in today, Mr. Waverly? I assume it's about what happened to Claudia. I apologize in advance if I'm not in my right mind, officer. I'm still in shock about it all. Were you and Miss Riley close? I don't want to give you the impression that we had a relationship outside of work, because we didn't really. A house party here or there, perhaps. I brought her along to some society events to expand her professional network. But restaurant work isn't like a 9-to-5 office job. Claudia and I spent a lot of time together. Sometimes, if we were trying to perfect a recipe, we'd stay in the kitchen together working until 1 or 2 in the morning. She was a dedicated worker and an incredibly talented chef. I don't know what the restaurant will do without her. And in these late nights alone together, did you and Claudia have any kind of romantic overtures? What? No, certainly not. She was more like a daughter to me, really. I discovered her, so I felt responsible for her career development. Not to mention, the first year of business for a new restaurant is an incredibly tumultuous time. Any executive chef would have needed to put in the same type of hours to keep our doors open. And how many restaurants do you own, Mr. Waverly? Le Fleur is my 3rd so far. Sounds pretty impressive to me. With your reputation, would you really need to put in this much personal work to a new venture? Le Fleur is my baby. What can I say? My first few restaurants were more mainstream, crowd pleasers, but I've been fascinated by food ever since I was a child. I always wanted to push the boundaries with more and more experimental dishes. This was my chance to achieve that dream. But the more niche a menu, the more niche an audience. Claudia and I couldn't settle for tasty. We needed every dish to be an experience. I have to say, Mr. Waverly, from looking over your menu, half of what you're serving doesn't even sound edible. I wouldn't expect the uncultured to understand the sublime divinity of the organ. It's an intimate experience. Moving on. What was your working relationship with Miss Riley like? Was she a good employee? She was an exceptional chef. Easily distractible, however. We had to have many stern conversations about keeping her workplace clean, and we couldn't go a month without her slipping with a knife and injuring herself somehow. Very absent-minded in a way a professional chef really cannot be, not to mention the mood swings. Mood swings? Oh, she just invested so much in boys and romance. I suppose that's what I get for hiring a young woman. And, well, she'd bring her feelings to work. Good days were great. Her breakup was brutal. Claudia's breakup impacted the restaurant's profits. All I'll say is we comped several meals that week. But I wasn't sad to see that relationship end. I was hopeful she might revise her contract. What do you mean? Well, hiring Claudia came with strings. She insisted that boyfriend of hers be the restaurant's exclusive meat supplier. I know a thing or two about butchery, and his prices were always just a bit above fair. And did you talk with Claudia about this? We had a few arguments when the recalls hit. Organ meat featured in all our best-selling dishes, and Schumacher's Salumeria couldn't provide. I wanted to source organ meat from another afield. Do whatever it took to keep our profits above our operating cost. Claudia didn't agree. Ah, that's what I get for working with children, I suppose. She didn't understand how critical the situation was becoming. And did you consider firing her? I had been entertaining the idea, at least. A star chef isn't much help when you have no food to sell. Mr. Waverley, where were you on the night of May 7th? I went to visit my brother Stephen in the afternoon, returned home around dinner time, 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. After that, I was alone in my flat all night, enjoying a late night scotch and a book. And can you provide contact information for your brother? Of course, officer. Thank you for your time. And here's our coworker, Gwen, saying, according to police records I found later, he was indeed with his brother until 6 p.m. Hardly absolves him, however. I wouldn't trust this man with a pair of safety scissors. So with his brother till 6, which is what he said. And then he says he just ate alone at home. So he's not been caught lying, but it's not really an alibi. And they mentioned the menu at La Fleur, so let's have a look. Here's the La Fleur menu. So foie gras can't be served. They can't source the foie gras. Rosemary, camembert, rosemary, and honey. Roasted camembert, rosemary, and honey. And then Boudin Nord de Basque. I don't know what that is. Foie gras is the duck liver. It's prepared in some very horrible way. I'm a vegetarian, by the way, so I don't have any experience with all this stuff. Tartare marinated in kombawa oil, escargot, de bourgeonge. This is La Fleur is French. This is all French stuff. So snails and Florentine something over linguine, cod with pumpkin and saffron sauce, Côte de Boeuf for 120 pounds. Pretty expensive to get that. The rest of the stuff, desserts, cod with pickled blackberries, poached rhubarb with hibiscus cream, and local cheese selection. Okay, so a bunch of their dishes, because the offal cannot be sourced, they have to take it off the menu. Keep our interviews together, and here is our last interview of the set from Fletcher Schumacher. This will have been the old boyfriend who had a key to the apartment. Now, if you did kill someone and you had a key to their apartment, it would be very important for you to fake a break-in. Because if you didn't show signs of broken entry in, they'd immediately suspect you. So if you did kill someone and you have a key to their apartment, you better make it look like a break-in. So let's not rule him out right away. Recording begins. This is Detective Todd Michelson conducting interview 1 with Fletcher Schumacher in relation to case number 13162875083. It is presently 10 o'clock on May 8th, and we're at the Tottenham Police Station. This interview is being recorded, may be submitted as evidence in the event that charges are brought relating to this case. Mr. Schumacher, can you confirm your full name, please? It's Fletcher Schumacher. And your date of birth? December 11th, 1986. Thank you. Now, Mr. Schumacher, I am informed that you are not under oath. I am informing you you are not under oath. This is a voluntary interview, and you can leave at any time. However, if the recording of this interview gets entered into public record later as part of a court case, any lies you tell here could impact the opinion of the jury. Do you understand? Do I look stupid? Very well. Then let's begin. What was your relationship to the deceased? Well, Claudia and I dated for like 5 years. We were pretty serious. We met when she was still in university. But you were not dating at the time of the murder. Not exactly. We had a fight. She had this new gig at this fancy restaurant, Le Fleur, and the manager over there was a slave driver. He had her pulling double and triple shifts and coming up with all the new dishes for the restaurant in her off hours. He was totally taking advantage of her. We went from seeing each other 5-6 times a week to once a week, or sometimes only seeing her in the morning if she happened to be at the restaurant when I dropped off their order. I love Claudia, but that's not fair to me. I'm not dating someone just to spend every night alone. When you say dropping off their order, you're referring to the partnership your butcher shop has with Le Fleur. Yeah, they're a ritzy spot, real foodie type. So they want daily fresh deliveries of lots of specialty meats. They probably could have gone straight to the distributor and saved a bit of costs, but Claudia convinced her boss to make my shop their exclusive meat supplier. That must be a pretty lucrative arrangement. Oh, I do all right. Although it's been rough lately, all those fancy meats they usually order are basically impossible to get. I provide them with what I can, but I'd be making twice as much if those morons at Henderson's learned how to wear a pair of goddamn gloves. Have the recalls affected your shop? Sure. But I'm not special in that. Talk to anyone in the business, they'll tell you they've been screwed just as bad. Food service is a rough business, from restaurants all the way to farms. Especially specialty butcher shops like mine have a pretty small customer base, operate on pretty thin margins. I've kept the lights on through this bullshit, but just barely. Have you ever had money problems before? Well, if you've ever owned a small business, you wouldn't ask such a stupid question. Of course I've had money problems. We're operating on the edge of bankruptcy basically every day. One crisis and my life's work could go under. That's the fucking world we live in now. Nobody looking out for the little guy. And did you and Claudia share finances while you were together? We didn't split a bank account or anything, but yeah, she'd help me out. It was only fair considering how much that restaurant paid her. She owed me. Let's talk more about the breakup. You were the one to initiate? Yeah, I was. I was sick of her shit. She'd been blowing me off for weeks. And how did Claudia take this? She was always so overdramatic. I hadn't even meant we'd break up forever. I just wanted her to stop treating her job like it was so goddamned important. But once all the crying started, I just got so fed up. I needed a vacation from her drama. Had Miss Riley contacted you since the breakup? Sure. I mean, her restaurant still works with me, so we've had business interactions. And yeah, we texted a few times. I was pretty much ready to forgive her and get back together. So we were, hashing that out. Did Miss Riley want to get back together? Well, she's dead, so I guess we'll never know. You're probably going to search her phone and see that she rejected my advances and make all kinds of assumptions about me. But you don't know us at all. Claude and I, well, we belong together. No little break was gonna get in the middle of that. She knew that as well as I did. Having a rebound fling doesn't mean anything. Well, we did search her phone, Mr. Schumacher. Did you really? Did you go to Miss Riley's apartment on the night of the murder? No. Do you want to elaborate on that? I don't have to say shit. Did you know that someone kicked open the door to Miss Riley's apartment on the night in question? And you think that was me? Why would I kick the door open? Claudia gave me a key to her apartment. She hadn't taken it back when you broke up or changed the locks? Like I said, we both knew the break wasn't going to last. We were real soulmates. If you weren't at Miss Riley's flat, where were you on the 7th? I was working in the shop for most of it, closed up a little after 8 p.m. Then I went to the pub. I go every week for trivia night. My team can confirm I was there for the entire game. It wrapped up around midnight and I went home. Could you please provide the contact info for the members of your trivia team and coworkers so we can confirm your story? Sure, whatever you need, Sherlock. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Schumacher. Followed up on his story, coworkers say he was there until closing. Friends say they do trivia at Shonelly's every week. Fletcher was present the entire time on the 7th. Still suspicious to me. People this pig-headed rarely back down. So we did see in the paper trivia every Saturday night at 10 p.m. So he was present the entire time on the 7th. And he says they can confirm I was there for the entire game. He says he went there at 8, but we can see that trivia doesn't start till 10, right? 2200 is 10 p.m., not 8 p.m. So that gives him a window from 8 to 10 p.m. He says I was there for the entire game. No one says when he arrived, though. That's unfortunate. It would be nice to know when he arrived there. Okay. What's next for us? Let's look at the text messages that were mentioned. Let's see if we can sort these. 6th of May, 7th of May, April 15th, 29th, 7th of May at noon. Okay, I'm assuming these Aprils, March, April, May. Oh, April comes before May. Okay, here it is. They should be in order now. Okay, here's someone named Boo. The owner of the phone says, today's shipment was missing the livers. Did you forget to put them in? I'll ask Kyle. Left them in the fridge. Sorry. We need them as soon as possible for the dinner prep. Can you bring them over now? Sure. I'm there, so just text me when you arrive. It'll be nice to see you. Maybe we can talk when you come. I'm sending Kyle. So is this Schumacher, and this is our victim's phone, and he's saying I'm sending Kyle. I'm there, text me when you arrive. He says it'll be nice to see you, and then he changes his mind and says I'm sending Kyle. That's weird. Boo, that's appellation sometimes you use for your boyfriend, girlfriend. Here's the next message from the same person. 2 weeks later and a week before the murder. Hey, baby, are you up? I can't sleep. Just thinking about how much I miss having you in bed with me. I think we should give it another go. You can't just send me stuff like this in the middle of the night. You're the one who broke up with me. It was a mistake. I just got angry because I love you so much and missed you when you were busy at work. Was it also a mistake to ghost me all month? You're right. I shouldn't have treated you that way. You're everything to me, baby. You know you just drive me so crazy. I can't be having this conversation right now. I need to get ready for work. We'll talk when you drop off the shipment. Okay, so this looks like our victim and this guy at Schumacher ghosted her for weeks now. He misses her. At 1 a.m, he's drunk texting her or something. Now, the day before the murder. She's talking to Mags, assuming this is always her phone, which we don't know. We don't know who these phones are. Okay, so Mags, I'm doing a shop. Is there anything you need? Oh man, we're out of like everything, aren't we? Hence the shop, LOL. Plus I'm cooking tomorrow. Definitely need some more eggs and a new milk. Eggs were already on the list. I'll grab milk too. Oh, and pancake mix. That should be enough to tide me over till I do my own shopping on Monday. LMAO. Thanks. Okay, Mags is surely going to be Margaret, Maggie, Amberly, the roommate. So our girl, a day before she's killed, is messaging a roommate saying she's doing a shopping. Is there anything you need? She's confirming she is cooking tomorrow. Here is the day of the murder. In the afternoon, she's messaging her ex-boyfriend, Fletcher, at Schumacher's. Continuing the message, she says, can you get it for me? It won't be easy. I don't know if it'll be worth all the trouble. I need it. I'll do anything. Anything? I know the shop's been struggling. I'll pay whatever you want. I don't want money, Claudes. Maybe I'll drop it at your flat tonight and we'll see just how grateful you are. Don't come to the flat. I've got a date tonight. With who? That musclehead? That bastard better square up. I swear to go, God damn, I'm coming over there and socking him one. You deserve way better. If you come anywhere near my flat, I'm calling the cops on you, Fletch. Stay away from him. Ditch him, or I'm not getting you anything. Okay, so she wants something. And he said, I'll bring... So he knows she's cooking. He knows, the ex-boyfriend knows she has a date. If you were the cops and you saw this, you'd be like, case closed. It's the ex-boyfriend. It's always the ex-boyfriend. And the ex-boyfriend has killed her, hearing that she's got a date. She says, don't come to the flat. I've got a date. It's a little fucked up, to be honest. The ex-girlfriend that knows he wants her back is like, hey, can you bring me over some ingredients I need to cook my new date a meal? I mean, call someone else for your ingredients for your date. You don't ask the ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend to bring over ingredients so you can cook a meal for the new date, at least not one that wants to get back together with you. That's not right. I'm not saying she deserved to be killed, but I'm just saying it's not right. Okay, 4:45 p.m. This is the roommate who's supposed to be out of the house. It's not at 4:45 p.m. It's at 6:02 p.m. Maggie is supposed to be at the park by now, right? According to her alibi, I think she's at the park reading. I forget when she said. I thought she said she left at like 4 or 5 p.m. for the park. Okay, but our girl is messaging her at 6, right before the date, saying, Maggie, I'm not sure about my outfit anymore. What should I do? Does the blue dress make me look fat? Maggie, please check your phone. Leo is going to be coming over soon. I gotta get dressed. Maggie says, didn't I already say the blue dress looked nice? I'm just so nervous. Tonight has to go perfectly. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. He already likes you. Yeah, but you haven't seen him. He's so incredible. I don't feel like I deserve him at all. You're being silly. You're a catch. Thanks, Mags. What did you end up cooking tonight? Oh, just the cod from the restaurant. Hopefully it'll be good enough. Your cod is delicious. He's gonna love it so much. You're right. I'm acting crazy. I think I just got a little lightheaded. I cut myself while prepping dinner. Even as a professional chef, you're still as clumsy as ever. Yeah, classic Claudia. Enjoy your film. I'm going to get dressed now. I don't want him to show up while I'm still in my messy apron. She cut herself, huh? What are we going to do with that information? We're told that she's kind of clumsy and cuts herself. Okay, we had our time of death at 4 p.m. to 10:30, but now it's clear it couldn't have been earlier than 6:02 because she's messaging Maggie at 6 and she's cut herself. So, and she feels lightheaded. Sometime between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., Claudia cut herself. Where? In the stomach? In the abdomen? I'm gonna get dressed now. She's finished cooking, right? What did you make? I made the cod from the restaurant. Cod with pumpkin and saffron sauce. And she says that this new guy, Leo, you haven't seen him. He's so incredible. I don't feel like I deserve him. Nothing got digitally messed up with this. Yeah, it does seem like maybe she canceled what this guy was going to deliver. Can you get it for me? I really wonder if she cut her own. No, she said she's making the cod. So he said, forget it. Stay away. All right, so those are our text messages. What's next for us? What is this? Counseling appointment with the roommate. Counseling appointment with the roommate after the murder. Roommate is figuring pretty heavily in this case. So this would have been June 2nd, almost a month after the murder. Shall we listen to this? Counseling appointment with Amberly. Why do we have a counseling appointment with Amberly?
It always felt a bit weird living with Claudia. I mean, we are best mates, or I guess we were best mates. Gotta get used to that. Talking about her in the past tense like that. But it just feels different being inseparable in secondary school and deciding to split a flat. We were both dumb teenagers than it did recently with her being Miss Superstar Chef. Claus is pulling in £1 million paychecks and getting newspaper articles written about her meteoric rise to the top and savant level genius. And I'm a bank teller at City Trust, making 15 quid an hour wearing my mum's old hand-me-downs. I still love her, but we're hardly in the same life demographic anymore. And there's no reason we should still be splitting a rundown walk-up in the rough part of East London. But it's easy for me to talk. Claudia never saw herself that way. She'd always been a needy kid when we were growing up together, the type that clung to my arm in passing periods and asked what I thought about all her boyfriends. She didn't like to make decisions on her own, and I was sort of like her safety blanket. The one who had to tell her she was smart and pretty and people liked her. A bit of an aggravating chore sometimes, considering she was both smarter and prettier than me. I'm the one who deserved to be insecure. But look at Van Gogh and Mozart and Picasso and all those old guys. What do they all have in common? Nervous wrecks, the lot of them. I guess being a genius can mess you up. It certainly messed up Claudia. She took all kinds of pills for the anxiety. They didn't really fix the fact that when you're still so young and you find yourself on the top of the mountain, the only place to go is down. God, I hated her sometimes. The way she wanted pity for how special she was when the rest of us got no luck in our lives. The constant reassurance she required. I guess I'm free of that now, in the worst possible way.
Do you resent her for leaving you?
Christ, is that what I sound like? God, no. How could I say that? I mean, that would be like saying it's her own fault that she's dead.
Do you blame yourself?
I don't. Not really. It's bigger than me. So much bigger. There's no way I ever could have stopped it. Not something like this.
What do you mean?
You won't believe me. Nobody believes me. Not the cops, not my parents, definitely not Claudia's parents. Half the days I wake up not believing myself.
I'm here for you to talk through your feelings, even the ones that seem unfair or unbelievable, Maggie.
Fine, but turn the recorder off. When I told this story to the cops, it wiped out half their database. I'd hate to ruin yours too.
That's nice. Okay, so she knows something, and when she tells the cops, it wipes out the digital thing. So whatever extra she's saying, we can't hear it. But whatever it is, it's unbelievable. No one believes her when she says it. And she says, there's more, right? She says it's like bigger. It's big. And she says that she couldn't stop it. So it sounds like she's talking about some sort of conspiracy, like some sort of big deal. That's our clue about what it is. It was big. I couldn't stop it. So I couldn't have stopped it even if I wanted to, she's saying. All right. We need to take a moment to look at this. What is this? Where is this from? Where was this recovered from? We're not told, although actually perhaps we are told in our list of contents. Let's see, what have we got here? A locked box, that's all we're told, a locked box. However, I can see from looking at it, it says Claudia's stuff, keep out. So we have to assume this was taken from the apartment that she shared with Margaret Amberley. Don't forget your code is this. Now this, do you recognize this? Where do you recognize this from? Don't forget your code. Oh, this magenta may be making it impossible. So I may have to manually zoom in. Is it from the menu, says the chat. It absolutely is from the menu. Here is the left for menu. But I noticed something else. What do you notice? What else do you notice? That's obviously from the menu. But what else? What else do you notice? First of all, it's a 3-digit code. All right, what do you notice? Anything else on the side? No. Okay, but what else? It's not just that it's from the menu, right? You can see there's something else too, right? There's letters in these 3-digit code and 3 flower heads here. It looks like D, D, M, D, D, M, D, D, E. I mean, I know you can see it. I can see it here. I can see it. You can see it. D. It looks to me like it's DDM, or it could say DDU. The first letter is clearly a D. The second one could be an O, but it really looks like a D. The third one, if you were writing it like this, it seems like it's an M. It would be hard to write an E like that with this top little curve here. Like this top extra line. You really wouldn't write an E like that. So it seems like that's an M. So my question to you is whether that's going to give us numbers somehow. Okay, so now think about this for a second. If it was unrelated to this and we were just looking for 3 digits, you might say the D is a 4. That's the 4th letter of the alphabet. But then you got a problem because the M is going to be 13, right? So that doesn't give you 3 digits, and certainly U is worse. So it would be much more likely that we have 3 letters, 3 digits. How would we get DDM out of that? We do have a 3-digit item on the menu, but it doesn't look like it would match any of the DDMs. Is there any dish that would be DDM? Not really. What about desserts? Desserts, DM, no. Dessert main, that's a pretty good guess, says Noah. Dessert main. Okay, so how would you get numbers out of that though? Dessert main. You could imagine adding up everything, but then why would you get dessert? If it's dessert main, how do we get a digit from here, a digit from here, and then a digit from here? Dessert main. Good guess that that's what it's saying, but how do we get digits from that? So if it's dessert main and we can get 1 digit here and 1 digit here, any theories? So One theory would be that we're just counting the number of things. Like you could get a digit here, 1, 2, 3. So you could say it's 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 3, 5. That's at least a theory of how you get a digit for each. Pretty weird though, because it's kind of hard to get high numbers. And it wouldn't make a difference if you said starter or dessert, because they both have 3. Doesn't seem right to me. Certainly we could try it. I don't love it though. Any other theories of what would make more sense? This is really annoying. I'm gonna have to look into this plugin now and figure out why these browser stuff suddenly doesn't auto scroll. I haven't been paying attention, but do we know if they bought one of each course? Okay, don't know what you're talking about. Who bought what? That doesn't really make sense. Certainly we could try 335 and see if that works. Now, life is made a little more unpleasant by the fact that, like, when you're looking at this lock, what's right side up and upside down? Like, should we be reading it like this? Or like this? That's really unfortunate. Like, is there some indication of what's the front? If I was just looking at this without the numbers, I would say left to right, but clearly the numbers are vertically oriented, so it seems like this. But how do we choose between this and this? Is there a line? Maybe there is. Okay, this is our front because of those little vertical lines, which aren't here. Okay, so this is our front. All right, at least we know that. Let me stop complaining then, since it seems clear. All right, so we said, what if it's just counting the number of dishes in each section, which seems like it's a pretty bad way to remind you. But let's just see. It's worth a try. So we said 335. No, it's not 335. I mean, that's good, because that would be a bad clue. MMD. Main dessert. That makes a lot of sense to me. Do we know... Can we pick the dish that's her favorite? But even if we could, let's say we knew her local cheese selection was her favorite dessert. That wouldn't work because that's a 2-digit thing. Marco is saying, let's not get hung up on it now. It might come up in further evidence. I think you've got a point there. All right, let's see what else we've got then in our additional evidence. We've got a bunch of websites. We've got information from the restaurant. We've got daily sales. Got another website. Let's just organize this a little bit. Got Restaurant Weekly and a legal thing. All right, let us start with Restaurant Weekly. Restaurants Weekly. Kitchen Q&A from our past to our plate. An exclusive peek inside Tommy Waverly's newest culinary venture by Tobias Stefford. Longtime readers of Restaurants Weekly will know we are huge fans of Thomas Waverley, restaurant magnate and culinary connoisseur, so we were beyond thrilled when he agreed to sit down with us for an exclusive interview about his up-and-coming new restaurant, Le Fleur. The restaurant promises to not only be a feast for the senses, but the mind as well, as Tommy guides us through how his new venture connects to his family history. Thank you so much for joining us, Tommy. It's an honor. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Tell us about your new restaurant, Le Fleur. What can patrons expect once it opens? I intend Le Fleur to be a celebration of all the parts of the animal that have been maligned and misunderstood over the years. In our society today, certain types of meat are generally considered throwaways or only for the poorest people who cannot choose to eat anything better. However, throughout history and in other cultures, people understand organ meat to be the highest kind of delicacy, and I want to bring that to London again. My restaurant will be a gastronomic carnival, if you will, pushing the boundaries of the normal and accepted to find true delicacies in the underappreciated. Wow! It sounds like a must-see for any true foodie. What gave you the idea to make this new restaurant so experimental? What I'm doing with Le Fleur has actually been a long-time dream of mine since childhood, honestly. I began my love affair with food at a very young age because I was always surrounded by it. I grew up in a tiny flat above the butcher shop my father owned, and all my chores involved helping out around the shop. I knew how to break down carcasses before I could ride a bike. In the shop, we'd sell all the most desirable cuts of meat first, and so to help make ends meet, my mother would feed the family on what was left over. I still remember the rich umami of her hoof stew and the thick chew of calf's heart. My mother was a genius in the kitchen. I hope I can honor her by helping show others just how delicious cast-off meats can be. And how did you first decide to get into the restaurant business? When I was younger, I thought I'd take over the butcher shop from my father. I have a younger brother, Stephen, and he's always been the slightly less responsible one. Ran with a bit of a bad crowd. My dad didn't trust him with the shop. Stephen did a few years in prison for drug use and possession, and it broke my heart to see my baby brother struggling like that. I decided to put him in charge of the shop, give him a way to turn his life around with a steady income. And with Stephen in charge, I was free to pursue my passion for food in another way. It helped that I could support Stephen from the outside by partnering with our old shop to be the meat supplier for my upcoming restaurants. Speaking of partnerships, we've heard that you're bringing in a brand new executive chef for Le Fleur. Yes, I am. Most of my contemporaries probably think I'm mad bringing in such a young and untested chef to be the executive at an already experimental restaurant. Normally, I'd bring one of the chefs from my other ventures over to the new one since they're already proven and familiar with how my restaurants run. However, I saw Claudia Riley's cooking videos online. You may remember them. She became quite famous for her linguine with chickadillies, which are pig intestines. She was already doing exactly what I wanted this restaurant to do, bringing young people in and making them realize that organ meats can be delicious and high class. Not to mention her record and recommendations were already glowing. So, I'm not taking a chance. It all sounds amazing. Tommy, thank you so much for giving us the inside scoop. We can't wait to check out Le Fleur when it opens January 16th. Thank you. We cannot wait for everyone to get a taste of what we're cooking up. Chickadillies is pig intestines. Is that on our menu? Yes, it is. So could the main be the 4s? 4, 4, and then if she has a favorite dessert, it could be a 2. 4, 4, 2, possibly. Okay, single-sided there. And here we have a letter from, following up on Waverly. It's a letter from the Waverly Restaurant Group from Thomas Waverly to Claudia. Dear Claudia Riley, I'm delighted to extend an offer for you to take on the role of executive chef. This was 6 months ago. Take on the role of executive chef at Le Fleur. Please take the time to review this offer. It contains important information about your compensation, hours, benefits, and terms and conditions of your anticipated employment with Le Fleur. Le Fleur is offering you a full-time position as executive chef, reporting directly to myself, Thomas Waverly. This position will begin when the restaurant opens, 16 January 2016. Expected hours of work are from 1 p.m. until 10 p.m. From Wednesday to Sunday. You will be expected to be flexible with your working hours pending the restaurant's needs. You will be expected to be available to come in early on days with expected lunch rushes, such as holidays, or if you're on call to receive ingredient deliveries. Additionally, you should expect to stay late when in the process of developing new menu items. In this position, Le Fleur is offering to start you at a pay rate of £90,000 per year. You will be paid on a monthly basis starting 31 January 2016. Additionally, you will receive a one-time signing bonus of £70,000 upon acceptance of the position. As part of your compensation, we're also agreeing to an exclusive contract with Schumacher's Salumeria for all meat supplies the restaurant requires. As an employee of Le Fleur, you'll be eligible for a workplace pension, 28 paid vacation days annually. Please review the attached contract, which outlines the full terms of employment. Indicate your agreement with these terms and accept this offer by signing and dating this agreement on or before 30 November 2015. And Celia, one of our co-workers, writes, wow, that's a very generous job offer. No wonder she took her work so seriously. Is it too late to change career path? And then, continuing with Le Fleur, we have daily sales and deposits from April through the murder date. Let's see what we've got. Total sales starting 2 weeks before the murder, £37,000, £39,000, £42,000, dropped to £18,000 on a Sunday. Total revenue this week, £247,000. Next week, it's dropped almost in half. There's the night she was murdered. Presumably because of their difficulty getting organ meat. There she is dead. Anything special about the very day she died? Not really. Although normally Fridays and Saturdays are their biggest days, but now they're making half as much. Okay, now the week after she died, they're still having the same exact problem, doing about the same. So the only thing that jumps out to me from these 3 weeks of receipts is simply that they were losing a lot of money because of this organ supplier problem. Maybe there's some more detail in here somewhere that's important, but if there is, I don't see it. Nothing on the back. All right, let's see what else they have. That's our text messages. So it's just this pile of documents. Have we seen a website yet that we can visit? Not really. Okay. Let's take a look at these. Here is the will of Claudia Riley. Let's see who gets the money. Margaret Amberley, the roommate, a residuary beneficiary named in Article 3 of the last will and testament of Claudia Riley, Margaret Amberley does hereby acknowledge receipt of the sum of £100,000 from the executor of the above captioned estate in partial satisfaction of the residual bequest specified in said will. The undersigned further agrees in consideration of the delivery of said sum, if any claims, charges, or expenses become properly payable, the undersigned will immediately upon demand pay over the amount. So Margaret Amberley, and we have her signature here, is getting £100,000 from Claudia. We're told Claudia is very selfish, never thinks of anyone else, but apparently she's thought of her roommate Margaret, who they were good friends since childhood. So maybe the friend Margaret Amberley was too harsh with her. What is, there's like some letterhead letters or something. Maybe it's just the actual letterhead of the piece of paper, but it's a little weird here. I don't think there's anything that can be spotted, though. Certainly nothing is redacted. So this looks like maybe searches on perhaps Claudia's computer. Let's see if I'm wrong here. Did a little preliminary research on some organs for you. Had a feeling you might need it. Feel free to weep with gratitude if you like, Alice. So this isn't from Claudia's computer, which I thought. It's just research that one of our co-workers did. This is going to tell us where, if perhaps we could identify like what organ was taken from her. Does anyone think they know what organ that would be? All right, so we've got kidney, large intestine, liver, and pancreas. Kidneys are two bean-shaped organs located just beneath the rib cage. Your kidneys also regulate sodium levels, create red blood cells, regulate your blood pressure, and even keep your bones healthy. Unlike the heart or the brain, it is possible for a human to live without one of their kidneys. Losing both can lead to serious health complications. Once the body's reached stage 5 of renal failure, the buildup of toxins will become too great. Death usually comes within a few weeks. Large intestine, some disease injuries can interrupt peristalsis, causing food blockages that can lead to dangerous health complications. An ileus occurs whenever movement has stopped in the intestines, leading to pain, nausea, bloating, other symptoms. If it goes untreated, backlog of food can block off blood flow to the intestines and other surrounding organs. This can lead to necrosis in the surrounding tissue, which can be fatal. It's more dangerous if the patient continues to eat solid foods that cannot be passed through the blockage. furthering the pressure in the abdominal cavity. A person who does not seek medical aid for the problem could face mortal complications in only a week's time. Here's the liver. Many different diseases and conditions can affect your liver function. Certain genetic disorders can lead to increased risk of liver disease later in life. Some failings are caused by viruses such as hepatitis. Still others are caused by repeated behaviors such as binge drinking or substance abuse. Not all liver diseases are fatal. Without a functioning liver, waste products will begin to build up in a patient's body, leading to blood clots, jaundice, other organ failure. In cases of the most catastrophic liver failure, patients can have only 2 or 3 hours to get emergency treatment at a hospital before critical symptoms may set in, such as seizures and brain hemorrhaging. The liver is one of the largest organs, usually weighs 3 to 3.5 pounds. It's more than your average human brain. The liver is reddish brown, sits in the upper right side of the abdomen, directly below your lungs. It's made up of 4 different lobes, the larger right lobe and the left lobe. The pancreas is a long, flat gland that rests behind the stomach and inside the curve of the duodenum, beginning of the small intestines. Although this organ may be small and easy to overlook, it serves a critical purpose. The pancreas belongs to both the endocrine system as a gland that produces hormones, such as insulin and glucagon, to control sugar levels in the bloodstream, and to the digestive system as an organ that breaks down food. Insulin production is necessary for healthy cell function. People with diabetes or other pancreas conditions may be necessary to perform a Whipple surgery or total pancreanectomy to remove some or all of the pancreas if you've got a problem. Patients also have to spend the rest of their lives getting external insulin and enzyme injections. Without insulin, the body cannot metabolize sugar, so it replaces it by metabolizing fats. However, this produces a dangerous byproduct called ketones, which will build up in the body over the course of 2 or 3 hours and cause diabetic ketoacidosis, DKA. If the patient does not receive treatment within 4 hours, they are likely to fall into a diabetic coma or die if they are not taken to a hospital. Some warning signs of hyperglycemia and DKA include frequent urination, intense thirst, high blood sugar readings during self-monitoring. Additionally, if you notice any of the following symptoms: breathlessness, fruity smelling breath, vomiting, nausea, parched mouth, weight loss, you may be experiencing hyperglycemia. Should consult your doctor before symptoms worsen. I guess the kidney one is the one that was jumping out at me. Below the rib cage, the size of a fist, you can survive if you just remove one. But if you lose both, you get health complications. Well, I believe we have gone through all the physical evidence other than what's in the box. This is sort of exactly the situation we were in with one of our other cases, where basically we went through all the documents and we did not feel like we had a good handle on what was going on. Okay, Marcos says from the coroner's report, it sounded like maybe liver or kidney. Let's look at the coroner's report again, and then we're going to have to find our way into this box. A little bit of alcohol, and there is the slit right in the center. Horizontal cut in the abdomen over the stomach. Reaches through the anterior abdominal wall, and then sutures appear to be performed by an amateur. No comment about how old this cut is. Visible blood loss is non-fatal. So it's almost like, could she have taken out her liver or kidney and cooked it up, or given it to someone to cook up earlier, and then while she was preparing dinner, after she finished, she changed into her dress, and then something has gone wrong. Maybe she got into a fight with someone and got punched in the stomach and it ruptured her wound, and that's what caused this problem. Or she cut herself. Remember, she said, I cut myself. Where is our text message about what she claims she prepared, though? Margaret says, what did you make? And she said, it's just the cod from the restaurant. Hopefully it'll be good enough. The cod from the restaurant. Cod with pumpkin and saffron sauce. We need to get into this box. Don't forget your code, DDM, 3 digits, DDM, referencing this menu. Her favorite main course that she's bringing to the club is Florentine, and actually, because of the interview, we know what is in this gap. Maybe that's important to us. Where is that interview with the restaurant magazine? He says that famous for having linguine with chickadillies, which are pig intestines, Florentine something, chickadillies over linguine. Actually, we don't know what's missing in there. We do see mention about the brother Stephen, though, which we noted in the very beginning is involved in this problem. Stephen Waverly, who's the owner of the Homespun Market. It's pretty weird. He's a competing market. Thomas Waverly, who's our guy, is not buying from him. So this guy has a motive to kill her, because he might, once she's dead, maybe his brother will buy from him. But that's pretty thin motive. All right, well, I guess we're going to take a break and try to figure out this code. Claudia mentioned her famous recipe in the first audio. Okay, well, maybe we should listen to... Maybe listen to that audio. There's a very interesting comment here This is kind of irritating with this. What is going on with this YouTube comment thing here? Very interesting comment from Marco about Maggie mentioned her mother was sick in the hospital. Maybe the mother needed a kidney or a liver. And that is a very interesting comment. Can live without one kidney, but not with two. So what if she gave one kidney to her mother in the hospital, and then something happened to her other kidney? That's a very interesting idea. I like it. It's not supernatural though, but we still have to get into this box before we can figure out what's next. Let's take a break. We'll come back, give some thought to how we would get the code for this box. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back 2.5 hours in. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're playing through the Magnus Protocol, The Last Supper. We've been through all the evidence except what is in this lockbox. We've had a lockbox in some previous cases, but we got in easily in all those previous cases. This is a 4 out of 5 difficulty case, and we haven't yet figured out how to get in here, but it is an interesting dilemma. We have noticed that there is a logo of Le Fleur restaurant with what looks like, to me, the letters DDM. On the other hand, you could say that's a capital D, a capital D. Is that a capital E? It is, to me, it's hard to justify this extra squiggle here if it's an E. Like an E, if it's capital, should be squared off. To me, it looks like DDM, but it's not quite oriented quite right. So I'm not sure what this is. But more problematic is whether that's an E or an M, how do we get 3 digits? Now we're going to talk about this for a second. We're going to talk about possibilities. So in the chat, I think it was Marco who suggested, hey, what if the DDM was dessert main? That's a reasonable guess. Then the question is, would we have a digit for dessert, a digit for main, and then we would do DDM? We thought, okay, maybe it's the number of dishes in each. So that would be a 3, and this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be 3, 3, 5, which we tried and was wrong. But it is interesting to, Noah was the person who suggested that. It is interesting to just think about how could it work? What could it be coding? Now we're going to do a couple more things. We're going to re-listen to our phone call. There is something suspicious about this dish because we know it was a dish she's prepared before. The problem is the prices would be a natural thing to try to get digits out of, but there's just too many. So, but I have a couple observations. Maybe we could think about it. You could imagine that DDM, maybe the digit we get, if we're right about the DDM, perhaps what we should be looking for is either related to the sum, or could it even be the common amount? Like this is 2020, so could this be 2? Could DDM be 224? That seems very far-fetched. You could also say, it seems pretty far-fetched, 224. I mean, I'm going to try these things because that seems what it's easy to try. 224. No. How else could you get it? What if you add it up? What do you get if you add up? If you add up dessert, you get 45, 55, 60. 60. Could that mean this is a 6? What if you add up the mains? What do you get? 80, 120, 170, 290. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Let me propose an alternative idea. DDM related to Le Fleur, it would be very natural to think that it's a menu, a thing about the menu. There's the logo. But we should remember that we have a couple other documents from Lafleur. We have this document. I don't know where we would get DDM. Daily sales deposits. Doesn't seem like DDM from that. But what about the offer of a job? Is it possible that DDM refers to the job offer? Money, digits. I don't see how. Huh. All right. Let's listen to that audio of the first call and see if the chat did pick up anything about the dish she was talking about making.
Hi guys, I'm here live with my brand
Okay,
new
I can't
boyfriend.
hear this.
Say hi to my followers, sweetie. Not in front of all the people, babe.
This is great.
Now,
I
as
can't
all
hear
of my
even on
followers know,
reset.
hi guys, I'm here live with my brand new boyfriend. Say hi to my followers, sweetie.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Not in
Why
front of
would
all the
that be?
people, babe. Now, as all of my followers know, I've gone viral for my famous
All right, well, the
pasta
chat
recipe.
is going to have to tell me
And
because
you just got
for
done with
some
a bowl
reason
handmade by your own personal chef. I'm sure the question everyone
this
wants
has
to know
decided
is,
to
does
stop
it live up to the
working.
hype?
I feel like some stuff on this OBS, whatever this setup is like
yeah. I mean,
malfunctioning
I studied
lately.
in France for a while,
All
but
right,
I've
well,
never
you guys are
been to
listening
Thailand.
to it, so I'm going to depend on you to tell me if
Babe,
there's
that's so
anything
cool.
important.
Maybe once I save up some vacation time, we can try it out together. I'd love for you to show me
Well,
everything
I
I'm
see
missing.
if I can't get this to...
What,
Can
like
you
for our
put
date
it
next
on the
week? What about next
transcript?
month instead? That way I can make sure...
I assume that what you mean by that is... Can I get...
No, of course I can do it, babe. Next week, I promise. I would never let you down.
I see, it's not even here anymore. It's disconnected from this. Okay, it's lost its Bluetooth connection with this. How do we fix that? Can you put it on the transcript? Okay, that doesn't really make sense, but maybe what you're trying to say is, can I put YouTube closed captioning on? Let's try that.
Hi guys, I'm here live with my brand new boyfriend. Say hi to my followers, sweetie. Not in front of all the people, babe. Now, as all of my followers know, I've gone viral for my famous pasta recipe.
Famous pasta
And you just got done
recipe.
with a bowl handmade by your own personal chef. I'm sure the question everyone wants to know is, does it live up to the hype? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I studied in France for a while, but I've never been to Thailand.
So she doesn't seem to be really saying what it is
Babe,
other than
that's
what
so
we
cool.
could see.
Maybe once I save up some vacation time, we can try it out together. I'd love for you to show me everything I'm missing.
Sounds like he might be from Thailand.
What, like for our
What
date
does she
next
say
week?
about her
What about
mother?
next month instead? That way I could make sure... No, of course I can do it, babe.
No, of course
Next
I
week,
can do it.
promise. I would never
I
let
would
you
never
down.
let you down. Okay. So I think we are getting we are getting an idea here that dish is made with kidney or something. She is obsessed with this guy, and he, in that last bit of audio, he's saying she's saying, can you wait a week and then I can make it for you? And then she's like, okay, we'll do it this week. I won't let you down. So I think what's missing here is some sort of kidney or liver. Trichadilles, though. What did he say trichadilles were? Pig's intestine? Did she cut a little bit of her intestine out? Was she so desperate to make this dish for this guy that she's cut her own intestine out? But where does that have anything to do with anything supernatural? She became quite famous for her linguine with trichadilles, which are pig intestines. And they can't find them. Something the American. All right, I don't want us to get too distracted though, trying to solve this case when I think we should be focused on trying to get into this box. So let's not let us not get too focused on trying to solve the case. Let's instead try to get into the box. So I'm just looking for everything related to this restaurant. Anything that would tell us DDM, DDE, how would we get 3 digits? This is the most natural place to get those. It's almost certainly the answer. But let's just reorganize this stuff a little bit more just to make sure we're not missing something. Day, month. Day, month. DDM. Day, month. Day, month. That's another possible DDM. Day, month. Let's figure out when they're opening, when she would start. When is it opening? January 16th. That's a problem because the day would be a 16. The month would be a 1. Could it be 16-1? 161? 2 digits for the day, January 16th. 1 digit for the month, the first month of the year. DDM 161. One, 6, 1. How do you like that? I still got some skills. I still got a couple skills. All right, that's particularly enjoyable because of how we focused on the idea of how do you get digits out of DDM, and the idea that it was related to Le Fleur for sure, but possibly the menu, but we got stuck. We thought of some ideas, we tried them, then we fell back to our second best idea, which is what if it's related to Le Fleur, but not to the menu? And then the click was DDM, not being dessert main, which is a very good idea, but that DDM were days and month. All right, so that's an enjoyable moment. Maybe a good lesson that you've got to keep verbalizing, hearing yourself say these things, and maybe occasionally your brain will click in and say, hey, there's something else about the D's and the M's that make sense. Okay, so now let us see if this is going to crack the case wide open. I would not be at all surprised if we find that she is cutting her own organs out, or that she donated a kidney to her mother. Now, I have another theory. So, what if... So the problem with the theory that our Claudia Riley, who's on anti-depression drugs and maybe is worried that she's going to disappoint this new boyfriend, Leo, you could say, all right, she's cut out her own kidney because he wants this dish. He arrived, she didn't answer the door, he kicked down the door. But is it possible that it's a little bit like that, but that if you want a supernatural element, maybe this guy arrives, she serves him this fish cod dish, and he's like, you promised me we were going to have kidneys, and I'm some supernatural alien creature who needs to eat kidneys, and you were going to prepare it, but I'm so desperate for it and can't find it anywhere that I'm going to have to eat yours. All right, well, let's see. So she's got recipes. She's got a diary, and she's got 2 receipts. Let's take a look at these one at a time. Let's look at these receipts first. So here's a receipt for the Crimson Restaurant on April 24th at 8:45 p.m. So she's killed May 7th. So a week before, has she gone out to drinks? Lobster Thermidor and 2 Cosmopolitans. Has she gone out to drink with and food? Has she gone out to dinner with her new date? And have they eaten Lobster Thermidor? And why should we care? Why should we care? They both had Cosmopolitans and a Lobster Thermidor. It's an expensive meal. Why do we care about that? And what's this? Kinsel Supermarket. We have a website. Our first website. What has she bought? Okay, remember she told Margaret, I'm going shopping. What do you need? And the roommate said milk. And the roommate said something else that's going to tell us this was the shopping trip she did. So Okay, so she's talking to her roommate. What do you need? She says eggs and milk and pancake mix. So that clue is going to confirm to us that pancake mix and whole milk and eggs. That confirms to us, that gives us a date here. So this is the date of the dinner. All right, so now let's see. What did she buy to make for this guy? Some flowers, some toothpaste, almonds, lemons, onion, pancakes, celery, whole milk, olive oil, sponges, hazelnuts, carrots, and bouillon. I suppose what we're supposed to do now with that is go through here. I wonder if she lied to her roommate about what she made. Bacon. Did she buy any bacon? No. Parsley? No, I don't think she made this. I think she's going to have lied to her roommate about what she made. Kidneys. Garlic, thyme, parsley, court bouillon, carrot, chili, lemon juice, lentils, garlic. Seems like it's almost that, the court bouillon, but why would she buy almonds? Is a weird thing to buy if it's not in the dish. Next, more court bouillon, pancreas, hazelnuts. No hazelnut. Oh, hazelnuts. Olive oil. Flour, eggs, lemon juice, onions, carrot, and celery. Onions, carrot, and celery. This could be what she made. Sweetbreads, which is pancreas. Okay, calf brain. All right, she didn't cut up her own brain, so no vegetable stock, no parsley. What about this? Carrot, onions, garlic, tomato. She didn't buy any tomato. I mean, they could have some of these things, but she didn't buy ham. She didn't buy potatoes. Surely not that. Here's again tomatoes, celery, carrot, onion, court bouillon, and almonds. Flour. No tomatoes, but she did use almonds. Oh, there's her favorite dish. There we go. Florentine style chickadillies over linguine. Pig intestines. Court bouillon, which we know she shopped for. Onion. Carrots. Celery. Almonds. No tomatoes, but they may have already had tomatoes. Olive oil, flour, and eggs. So either of these work. This one needs hazelnuts, and she did buy hazelnuts too. So it seems like she bought stuff for both of these, although she bought everything for this. She didn't buy tomatoes for this, but they might have already had tomatoes. However, I believe what we've got here is she lied to her roommate, who says, "What did you make?" And she says, just the cod from the restaurant. Hopefully it'll be good enough." But I don't think she did make the cod from the restaurant. I think she made one of these, probably her thing. And the chat has picked up something very important: sewing kit. So she has bought a sewing kit so she could cut herself open and grab out her intestine or pancreas. And maybe we're meant to figure it out from looking at these two. But surely that guy wanted her favorite dish, right? Behind the stomach. That seems like that would be very hard to get out. And you can't really live without... Can you live without a pancreas? Maybe you can, but surely she made her favorite dish. Okay, so pretty... I don't know what we're to make of this one, though. All right, I think we've got the heart of our theory here, though. Let's take a look at her diary. So I think she did cut herself open so that she could prepare this dish. Now we're going to read how she was losing her mind about this guy, Leo. Okay, so we got from November, when she got her job, till a week before the problem. November 18th, 2015. It's my 4th anniversary with Fletcher today, and oh my god, it was perfect. I mean, part of me kind of expected him to pop the question, which he obviously didn't, or this would be a very different kind of diary entry, but it was still wonderful. He took me to the botanical garden where we had our first date, and I made us a charcuterie board with hand-stuffed sausages made with ingredients from his shop, and we had a picnic in the Japanese garden. We are so perfect together, I don't even care how long he takes to propose. Plus, he absolutely loved the decorative pillow I sewed for him. He better love it after how much work I put into it. So she's a sewer. Tommy, that's the guy who runs the restaurant, liked the new duck heart recipe, but it's still not ready to be served yet. It's missing some kind of acidity. Mandarin orange slices? The chefs at Tortello's did an orange reduction duck last season. I can't do that. Don't want anyone to think I'm copying. Just need to come up with an absolutely brilliant and never before seen recipe idea in less than a week. Stupid brain. Think harder, think harder, think harder. February 14th, Valentine's Day. Fletcher took me to see that new rom-com today for Valentine's. It was fine, I guess. I kept waiting for him to give me a present, but he didn't. Maybe he's mad at me. Is he mad? I keep working late nights at the restaurant. I hope he doesn't think I'm cheating on him. I gave him a gold-plated watch to replace his old one. There is the gold-plated watch. Maybe I should have thought of something more romantic. We've been going out almost 5 years now. I have to be ready to take things to the next step. I have to be a better girlfriend and pay more attention to him. Maggie was really cool about my idea to give Fletcher a key to the flat for our next upcoming anniversary. It'll be a good way to celebrate 5 years. I was worried because the flat is already small enough with just the two of us. But Maggie's known Fletch for a while. She knows what a great guy he is. Honestly, I'm excited for them to start getting along a little better, considering they're both going to be in my life forever. I could give it to him now, I guess. But things have been so weird between us, I'd rather save it to be a special surprise. The key she's talking about. Fletcher broke up with me. It's not even April Fool's Day. What did I do wrong? 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 Oh boy, she's losing it. Maggie is making me go to the gym with her. Something about breaking me out of my depression and putting on a real bra. I deserve this depression. I just want to watch reality TV until I start bleeding from the eyes. Never mind, Maggie, I should never have doubted you. I met the cutest guy today, and we exchanged numbers. Here's to getting back out there. Let's see. We haven't gotten into the weird markings. What was the recipe? Cody should have been back at Worth. Sewing kit for the homemade surgery. Maybe it's the intestine because the medical paper said you could survive 1 week. Does her boyfriend even exist? Good point, Susanna. Well, it looks like from here now that the boyfriend exists. She's met him on April 23rd. This is the last entry. Stayed up all night texting with Leo. I can't believe Maggie never met him in all the time she spends there. He's so funny and interesting, super well traveled. I didn't really understand his job. Apparently it takes him all over the world and he's tried so many incredible foods. Plus it doesn't hurt that he's like model levels of hot. The only downside is we met at Crimson on my recommendation and he called the food there pedestrian. They've got a Michelin star. I guess when you've traveled all over the world, lobster isn't exotic enough for you. Luckily, exotic is my specialty. I'm going to knock his socks off. All right, the main clue is this one. I can't believe Maggie never met him in all the time she spends there. I met the cutest guy today. We exchanged numbers on April 23rd. Here's April 24th. We exchanged numbers. And then she talks about how April 24th, which is this date, how they went here. He's so funny and interesting. The only downside is we met at Crimson on my recommendation. So he thought the lobster thermidor at 70 pounds was pedestrian. And we learn a little bit more about him. He's model levels hot. He's well traveled. I don't understand his job, but apparently it takes him all over the world. So what do we have here? We've got a little bit of a problem on our hands because what we've got is what it looks like is this girl is suffering a little mental health crisis. She's so desperate to impress this new date that she's cut open her own stomach, figuring she can live without some of her intestine, and she's cooked it up for this guy. And then she got lightheaded and fell, hit her head, died, and then he had to break in. To discover her, and I think maybe he ate the food and then left. So that all makes sense, except it doesn't explain the supernatural element about how he's erased all traces of himself. So I guess my theory is going to be something like this to get in the supernatural element. That this new boyfriend, Leo, is known to Margaret, the roommate, and she knows that he's like a little bit of a creature, a cannibalistic creature, who purposely likes to eat human organs. And he has figured out that this woman, Claudia, this chef, is unhinged enough that she would do this for him. And he sort of encouraged her and put the guilt on her and planned this out so that she would do this. And the only flaw in his plan was that she passed out after cooking the meal. And so he broke in, ate the meal, and left, and he's like a little supernatural cannibal creature that looks like a human. And so he doesn't want to be, he has the ability to distort all the records. So Dispaminite, who knows a little bit about the lore of the Magnus protocol, said abnormals in this universe, as they are called, can be tough to record. The bill of the restaurant was for 1 lobster, so a made-up Leo could be real. I don't think so. They shared a lobster, and they each had a cosmopolitan. But you have an interesting point. Maybe she imagined it all. I don't think there's a way to tell that from that, though. The point is that this Leo is an abnormal creature, and he wants to eat her. He likes eating super exotic food, including like illegal food, and maybe even his aura sent her over the edge, or maybe she was just mentally ill to begin with. And I think he broke in and ate the dinner and then left. The Spaminite says, the only thing that's confusing me is why is the photo got the distortions? Like everything he touches, I guess, gets distorted. So he's ended up, because he was in this room, this photo is getting distorted. Anything that mentions him or suggests his presence gets distorted. So maybe she did fight with him. I don't think so, though. Because she would have let him in. So the fact that he broke in suggests to me that clearly she cooked up her own intestines or pancreas. All right. So there is a website here. Does it make any sense for us to try to go here? I mean, we did get burned once before. It doesn't seem like there's any point in it to me. But we did get burned before by not going to a website, even though it didn't seem like it was that important. I am hesitant to not try it. Kinselsco.uk. It's not there, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Why couldn't the boyfriend have done this instead of the girl? Okay, that doesn't really make sense as a sentence. You're saying, why couldn't the ex-boyfriend have done this to her instead of her doing it? I don't see how that's that doesn't make sense. She's obviously gone shopping, bought a sewing kit, and planned to make this dish that you can only make with intestine, and there's no way for her to get intestine or pancreas. So clearly that was her plan, to cut her own intestine out and cook it. The only question is, why is the door broken down? Why didn't the guy show up and eat his meal? And we think maybe it's because she said to Maggie, I'm feeling lightheaded and I cut myself. So I think she's passing out, basically, from doing this operation on herself. The only real question by my mind is, has Leo showed up, broken in the door, and eaten the meal, and then left? And I think that is what's happened. All right, we can still discuss it, we can still look at stuff, but what we're going to do is go to the questions, and then we can chat about whether we want to also go to the hints, and whether we think we know enough to answer the questions. Let's go ahead and try opening the page. All right. So remember, we can change our answers up until the end. So who killed Claudia? Leo, Fletcher, Maggie, Tommy, or none of the above? Now remember, this game, more than most of the games we play, try to be tricky. So I think the answer is none of the above. I think she's killed herself. Is that right? I mean, we think she's operated on herself, but let's see. If she went and got her intestine, if the patient continues to eat solid foods, could face complications in only a week's time. Person can survive without their colon. So, is our theory that someone would have had to murder her? We think she passed out. What about if it's pancreas? The patient does not receive treatment within about 4 hours. They are likely to fall into a diabetic coma or die if they are not taken to a hospital. That's more consistent with our girl. But behind the stomach, that's hard. It seems like it would be hard to get at. Behind the stomach. Small and easy to overlook. So I guess the question is, let's say she does this operation on herself. She feels lightheaded. She falls and hits her head, but the autopsy said not enough blood to explain her death. So I guess you got two ways to look at it. One way is that she's cut herself open and has internal bleeding, and that's what's killed her. Or she's removed her pancreas and it's killed her within 4 hours. Or the guy has killed her. Okay, stop. Didn't Maggie say something about a scent other than bud? She did. She did. She said, what did she say? She said she felt bad for smelling food. Let's see if we can't find that interview, because it was a little bit interesting. Was there a rip in the dress? No. Was the kitchen messy, just like normal? Okay. I came back. Where does she say about the smell? She went to the movie, she read a novel. Some parts of your initial got corrupted. I remember the weirdest details. I remember the smell of the kitchen. She'd been cooking a big dinner. At first, all I could smell was blood, but the further I walked in, the more it smelled like food. Apple vinegar or something. Maybe pears. Turn my stomach. Apple vinegar or pears. So maybe that's definitely not in any of the ingredients. But I wonder if fruity smelling breath, vomiting and nausea. Fruity smelling breath. Because of these ketones. So I think now maybe the evidence is adding up that she was making sweetbreads with pancreas. And if she was making pancreas instead of her well-known dish, then this says that you could die in a few hours, and that's what could have killed her. I think that makes some sense. Fruit smell as in ketoacidosis, says the channel. I think that's a nice observation. So I think now with these two dishes, we think now she was making this. She took out her pancreas. She got lightheaded, she fell, and then she died due to complications from diabetic ketoacidosis, which also created this apple cider vinegar smell. All right, so now what we think the answer is, who killed Claudia? The answer is none of the above, because we think Claudia ended up killing herself. Next question, what organ was removed from Claudia? Now we think it's the pancreas. I like this theory. Why was the organ removed? And the answer was to eat it, we think. And here's our last question. Who broke into Claudia's flat? All right, here we go. Leo, Fletcher, Maggie, Tommy, or none of the above? So I think we know the answer to this. I think the answer is that Leo is some sort of weird creature who can't be recorded, and he likes to eat exotic stuff, and he has broken in when she didn't answer the door. Maybe he smelled this cannibalistic food that he wanted to eat and broke in and ate it, and he can't be recorded. That's why the video of his presence here couldn't be picked up, and that's why his voice on the phone call could not be picked up. Everyone else can be recorded. Like, it can't be this guy because he had a key and he wouldn't do it, and he doesn't want to eat this stuff. Boy, I'm gonna have to fix this, huh? We didn't use the weekly revenue. Yes, we did. We didn't use that in any way, but that wouldn't be the first time this game didn't have us use some information. That was just confirmation that they still can't buy the stuff. If the money was from insurance, Claudia was rather selfish. What if Maggie found her dead? To prevent it from looking like suicide, staged the break-in, all this just to get the insurance money. Not insurance money, inheritance money. No, I don't think so. One of the reasons why we don't think so is because Margaret, the roommate, says very clearly that she told the police some conspiracy theory stuff and it got wiped out. And then she's talking to her therapist and saying, I got a conspiracy theory to tell you about, but you better turn off your recorder. So she actually has some theory about the supernatural creature who might have done this. So I don't think it's her. And Margaret is not the supernatural creature because Margaret doesn't... Margaret shows up fine in the recordings. Now, I guess you could argue that the supernatural creature actually didn't do anything wrong. I mean, he could have broken in not to get the food to eat, but just to see if he could save her. Like, he showed up late, she didn't answer the door, he broke in. But why didn't he call the police? Why didn't he call an ambulance? And did he eat the food? There's no real mention of the food by the police, right? So no mention of food. Maybe they ate it all. But then why would they break it down? It's possible the ex-boyfriend broke it down, but he has a key. I don't think so. So I think it's going to have to be Leo. All right, I'm going to submit my answers here, but I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a little break here for 8 minutes because we're coming up on our hour. You've got 8 minutes to figure out a way to convince me that it wasn't Leo. When we come back, we'll read the solution and we'll talk about the case. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, somehow 15 viewers. That must be our overseas audience here. It's time to answer the final question. And I think everyone seems to be closing in on the idea that it was Leo who broke into Claudia's flat. I think another way to look at it is like this. Everyone else in the game would have called the police. We're very certain that Claudia cut her own stomach to prepare a fancy dish for Leo. That means if any of our other people were to have come to the house, heard her cries, and broken down the door, they would surely have called the police. Fletcher would have called and said, her new boyfriend has done this to her. Catch him. And I broke in because I heard her dying. And Maggie, same thing. Tommy, same thing. Like, the only person who had to flee and couldn't call the police is this guy Leo, because he's not human. He's some sort of abnormal creature that cannot be filmed or recorded, and so obviously he can't be talking to the police. Now, I think he actually also happened to eat that meal, and he's almost like a vampire, and when he had this exotic food, he ate it. But we're not being asked to answer that. We're just being asked to figure out who broke in. It seems to me Leo was coming over for dinner, and he's some abnormal creature who can't be filmed or recorded, so 2 + 2 adds up to 4. It's obviously has to be him. The only other option is that Leo came, they ate dinner, and he left. And then later, Fletcher came and broke down the door. But why wouldn't he call the police? That's the part that doesn't make sense. So, that's my final answer. Let's read the solution and see how well we did. Okay, it looks like we got them none of the above, pancreas, to eat it and Fletcher. So we got the last question wrong. It was Fletcher, not Leo, who broke in. Okay, so we got the last question wrong. That's been the way all of these cases have been going. Like, one question we've gotten wrong and bickered about. So let's read our solution in the smallest font they could figure out to put on a browser. Claudia Riley, a successful executive chef at only 27 years old, was prone to insecurity, self-degradation, and a need to prove herself. Her overachiever complex caused her to devote herself to her restaurant's job to the exclusion of a personal life, leading to a clearly traumatic breakup with her longtime boyfriend Fletcher, as seen in her diary entries. Between work stress and the breakup, Claudia's usual feelings of needing to give more of herself to earn praise and affection reached a fever pitch, ostensibly attracting the supernatural elements that eventually led to her downfall. The manifestation in question, one Leo, could be a currently uncatalogued entity that preyed on Claudia's insecurities, or it could not have existed at all and merely been a figment of her personal dissent. An imaginary boyfriend who could never be impressed by her, driving her to constantly work harder to be good enough. Due to the lack of recorded voice and the presence of only one dish by the sink after their supposed date, we are currently considering this Leo non-existent and are not pursuing him further at this time. This file will be kept on record in case of future incidents. Claudia herself, meanwhile, had set herself an impossible task of creating a delicious and exotic dish to impress Leo during a period of mass recalls on all organ meats. Driven by her need for approval and love, she nevertheless persisted in making a dish featuring the pancreas, substituting the calf's pancreas the recipe called for with her own. We can see from her grocery list that she prepared all the ingredients necessary for this dish, even buying a sewing kit to attempt to suture her own homespun surgery, a skill she perhaps thought she had due to being an amateur sewer who made a decorative pillow for her previous boyfriend. Maggie Amberley, roommate to the deceased, reported smelling something fruity when she got close to the body, a clear sign of diabetic ketoacidosis, death due to lack of a pancreas. Beginning cooking shortly after 4, when her roommate left, Claudia removed and prepared her own pancreas. Shortly after 6, the date began where she consumed her own pancreas for dinner. We would estimate that around 8 p.m., while beginning to clean up the dishes, Claudia fell into a coma, falling backwards, hitting her head on the tile, leading to bleeding from the base of the skull. Shortly afterwards, her ex-boyfriend Fletcher got off work, headed to her apartment to confront Leo. He kicked the door in when there was no answer due to not having a key to the flat. Claudia had been planning to give him one for their 5th anniversary, but they had broken up before that milestone. We cannot know for certain what Fletcher did upon seeing Claudia's body, but likely the fear of having the murder pinned on him drove him to run back out of the apartment and head to the bar to establish a quick alibi. Unfortunately, since the bar's trivia night does not begin until 10 p.m., according to its advertisement in the paper, the 2 hours between his workday and that are not accounted for. It's a shame to consider that when Fletcher arrived, Claudia was most likely still in a coma and not yet deceased. If he had called an ambulance instead of fleeing the scene, she could have received emergency treatment and been saved. With the cause of this incident deceased, we recommend no OIAR intervention at this time. So a couple of things to note. We did notice that the trivia night alibi, as phrased in the documents, was weak because we noted the trivia night didn't start till 10, but it was still very ambiguous about whether his witnesses claimed when they said he got there. They really didn't say. This part about Fletcher not having a key, I mean, yes, we did notice she planned to give him the key, But I don't love that evidence, because let's look at the diary. On the 20th, she says, Maggie was cool about my idea to give him a key. It'll be a good way to celebrate 5 years. I'm going to give him the key. I can't wait till he gets here. And then look at the entry for Fletcher broke up with me. It's not even April Fool's Day. Well, that seems very ambiguous about whether she ever gave him a key. She'd have 10 more days until April Fool's Day. In fact, this could be after April Fool's Day for all we know. So how do we know she didn't give him the key between March 20th and when he broke up? Maybe the text message told us. Maybe the text message told us when they broke up. Not really, no. So I don't love that. And we're told by Maggie that she did give him a key, that he did have a key. Not that she was going to give him a key. I believe Maggie said he had a key. It also seems unreasonable to me that he wouldn't call the police. He loved her. He wanted to get back together. He's found her dying. And instead of calling the police and say, oh my God, her new boyfriend has attacked her, he figures, I'm going to get blamed if I run away? That doesn't seem pretty illogical. And now, the channel was hypothesizing that Leo could be made up. I think that's a pretty cool idea, but I really think there's a problem with that theory, right? The problem is that there has to be a supernatural element to explain the recordings. It can't just be that Claudia has gone crazy. And what is the explanation? It says the manifestation in question could be a currently uncatalogued entity that preyed on her insecurities, or he could not have existed at all and been a fragment of her personal descent, an imaginary boyfriend. But then what's the theory about why the autopsy is blacked out and the phone message is blacked out? Well, I'm sort of curious to hear what the chat's thoughts on this are. I think I'm trying to figure out how to give my thoughts on this in a constructive way. I mean, we've now played 4 of these cases, and 1 I really liked, and the other 3 left me unsatisfied, a little disappointed. And I think there's a little bit of a mismatch between the designer's vision of what these games should be, and what I expect these games to be. And the central issue seems to be about sort of how resolved, how fully explained a case should be when you get to the end. And then how much evidence you have to answer a question. I mean, this thing about there only being one dish on the counter, I think maybe let me focus there first. This is not good enough. This is not good enough. If the solution is, hey, you should realize the date didn't eat because in this photo you see one plate, that is not going to cut it. We don't see the rest of the kitchen. We don't see the table on which she should have been eating and have her plate. We don't even see what's a foot aside. Now, if you want to make it that we're supposed to infer something from there only being one plate that only one person ate, then you have to put in the report that when the police got there, they found one plate. Otherwise, this is not enough. This is no good. And I think this is just one example of the kind of problem. It's the same thing with the diary. If you want us to infer that a critical piece of evidence is that Fletcher didn't have a key, you need to do better than a message that she didn't yet give him the key on the 20th, and then an indeterminate amount of time said she gets broken up, and the roommate saying that she did give him the key. That's no good. If you want us to figure out that it's critical that there was only one plate eaten, then you have to show us the whole kitchen, or the cops have to say there was only one plate. And I think the chat is making a similar, different, but sort of similar complaint here, which is choose one story. Either there's a supernatural entity who's critically involved, or she was delusional. It's just a weird ambiguity that's threaded through all of these cases that's a little unsatisfying. Rick says, I don't see how we could have deduced Fletcher broke in. There was good evidence for the other answers. Even if he didn't have a key, it could still have been Leo. That's absolutely right. Even if Fletcher didn't have a key, how are we supposed to decide that it wasn't Leo? And even more bizarrely, like, here's a better way to say it. The game has decided that the answer was Fletcher broke in. It seems to me that the part of that answer would then have to be that Leo is imaginary. Right? I mean, the way that the players could be expected to believe, to conclude, the way the players might have been expected to conclude it must have been Fletcher would be if necessarily there was no Leo. So then the answer to the case should have been there was no Leo, and here's how you know there was no Leo. Because maybe if we had enough evidence to be convinced there was no Leo, then maybe we'd have to fall back to Fletcher. But the game wants to have it both ways. Like, maybe there was a Leo, maybe there wasn't. But if there was a Leo, then how do we know he didn't break in? And in fact, how do you explain, what's your explanation for this weird symbols and the distortions? And what's your explanation for the distortions on the autopsy that got burned out? And the fact that when the roommate talked about some conspiracy, they got blacked out. And that the audio call got blacked out. Like, you can even say that we don't know it's this or this, but in this case, this wasn't even touched on. Like, no one even in the solution, no even hypothesis is raised, not even alternate theories about why this would be happening. And then again, like this, the chat was picked up like, okay, there's one big lobster and 2 drinks. Maybe this means she ate alone. Is that the author's intent, that for sure she ate alone and she was delusional about the whole thing? Then that should be in the solution, and this should be less ambiguous. Like a 70-pound lobster, maybe they shared it. They were on a date. How about 1 drink? Like, decide what you're doing. It feels like there's a little bit, and this is what I complained about what I feared with making 6 cases out of nowhere. It feels like maybe with a little bit of broader playtesting that this could have come up a little bit more. It's odd because it's not just that the evidence is ambiguous. It's now that the evidence is ambiguous and the solution itself is ambiguous. But with that said, I mean, I do appreciate that this supernatural vibe they're going for, Vision, they're sort of doing it differently. They're sort of saying, hey, you're never going to get a full objective explanation of what happened. You're sort of only ever going to get what this group concluded. And this group is concluding, well, we don't really know what happened. We don't really know if there's a Leo. But I do think if that's what you want to do, the evidence has to be less ambiguous. And not just less ambiguous, I guess I would say there's a very weird thing with these cases, that this is the second time we've played for like an hour and a half, gone through all the evidence, and not really discovered any clues. And then gotten into this box and seen like some critical stuff. I mean, maybe that's not fair to say not discovered any clues. What I'm really trying to say is that like there was no... The clues were all on the face value as part of the story. There was nothing to deduce. Like if you're playing one of these good cryptic killer games, you're going through evidence, like the channel was saying, hey, we haven't made any use of the revenue stuff. And it's not quite true. I think we did figure out that that's where they've dropped in revenue, confirming that they can't buy these organs. And maybe you can make the case that at the newspaper we could see that the trivia only starts at 10, but it feels like the evidence is a little shallow, like we're looking for information here, but it's not enough to make draw any real conclusions or deductions from. Maybe I'm being a little too harsh. Ticket has no meaning. The thing from here is ambiguous. It just feels like it's all a couple steps away from being what we want in a game like this. This is a difficulty rating of 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. There's one more case that's one level more difficult. Let me make another criticism here of this case. It's fascinating how much the first case we played was firing on all cylinders, and every other case has been unsatisfying. So let me give you another point where this case is kind of a fail. Why are we playing these cases? Why is this particular set of mysteries appealing? The answer is because of the supernatural element. That's what makes these cases different. That's the hook. And here we've got a case where where's the supernatural element? It starts off very clearly a supernatural element. This person can't be recorded. By the time we get to the end of it, the summary is something along the lines of, here's this mentally unwell person, and maybe there is no supernatural element at all. And it played no role in the case, and it had no interaction with anyone. And there's no explanation for it, and it didn't even exist. Boy, is that a weird decision. Huh. Weird. Well, I'm curious how other people are going to take these cases. I would say I started off with very positive thoughts about this series when we played The Woman on Fire, which I thought, Girl on Fire? Woman on Fire, which I thought was really quite good. But I think now, of the 4 cases we've played, that's the only one I really would recommend and feel like that's the one that got it right. Got the balance right of clues, story, evidence. And I feel like the other 3, this one included, have just not quite been right. Not terrible. It's still an interesting story to read, but not really at the level of the better cold case type games. And pretty bizarre that this one didn't really have a good supernatural hook. All right, any final thoughts from the chat? Nothing supernatural, just a person is falling apart due to work-related burnout and relationship problems, and pretty unrealistic idea. Pretty unrealistic that a person would do this to themselves, even if mentally ill. Try to take out your own pancreas, sew yourself up because you can't buy the exotic meats. I mean, there's lots of things you might do if you were mentally ill, but this would be a weird first serious sign of mental illness to show. Strange choices with this one. Rick Shrimpton says, I don't think it would be possible no matter what your mental state. Yeah, I don't know. Certainly seems like it would be pretty difficult to reach in and grab your pancreas and cut it out with a small little incision. This game seems to be talking out of both sides of their mouth. It has supernatural elements, but the guy's imaginary. Choose one. It can't be both. Was she delusional or was it a supernatural entity? And why would you make a case for this series that's sort of a supernatural entity is just walking on stage and walking off? As a game, the contents of the box may be too central to the solution, whilst the rest of the material seems peripheral or serves a red herring. Maybe Marco is saying it better than I did, which is like, this is the second game in this series that we've gone through like 35 documents that have felt very peripheral, and then opened up this lockbox and gotten like 3 documents that are the whole case. Like Maggie taking the money, even though we know Claudia's rather selfish, or the restaurant's weekly ratings report, they all feel like they're just kind of like, go create some extra documents. Like we have to get 40 documents in here, so just create random documents. It is a difference between some of the best kinds of these cold cases where we've got these dense documents that we have to hunt through to find out, like, why is this significant? What's the hidden little comment or note in this document that is important for us? And sometimes we have to go through it over and over again. And here it's sort of like, there's no hunting for stuff, but everything that's there is right out in the open, but it's also not enough to prove anything. Like when you have an alibi and you want to disprove someone's alibi, you have to give us clues sneakily hidden that would let us invalidate their alibi. Instead, what you've given us here is a clue that trivia doesn't start till 10, which we saw very clearly, but concluded that that just made his alibi ambiguous. And that's sort of how all of the evidence feels. Not all of it. I'm being a little harsh because of the other problems, but I do think they would be well advised. Sidney Engelstein, the designer of this, would be well advised to slow down with the next set of 6 that they've just finished kickstarting. Like, I know this is just one data point, but I would say take however long you planned to take to release that next 6 and double it. Double that time and work on the cases a little bit more. Because I cannot recommend these cases the way I can with Cryptic Killers. And there's a reason Cryptic Killers doesn't put out a case a month. Although they do put them out, but not at that rate. All right. We're going to wrap it up here. Sorry for the negativity. That's just the way it goes here. Sometimes we lavish praise on a game, and sometimes we lavish criticism. Hopefully, though, that won't hurt your feelings, but serve as constructive criticism. This game got lots of backers, lots of people backed the next set of 6, probably without having played the first set of 6, most of them. That's just how it goes. But we can be the voice of caution, the voice of take the foot off the pedal. Take the pedal off the gas for a moment, slow down a little bit, maybe work on these a little bit more, or at least take some of this criticism as one data point. Maybe if we're the outlier, you can ignore it, but maybe if we are mirroring what other people say, it means you need to tweak the recipe a little bit. All right, I will see some of you tomorrow, Saturday afternoon at 1 p.m. to play Unboxed, which is behind me on the shelf there. Then Sunday, letters from a ghost hunter. And then hopefully some reviews soon. Maybe I'll record a review of the Magnus Protocol set. I'll see you next time.